Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNRadio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNRadio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNRadio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRNRadio.
Are you ready to reach for the stars? Tune in to The Lost Wanderer, the #1 monthly podcast on good pods in astronomy. Join our host, Jeff, as he takes you on an interstellar adventure to explore the mysteries of space and the wonders of science. From rocket launches and distant galaxies to the latest discoveries in astronomy, each episode is a thrilling ride through the cosmos. Don't just gaze at the stars, come explore the universe with us. Follow The Lost Wanderer wherever you get your podcasts, and let's discover the stars together.
My dad was really, really special, and I loved my dad a lot.
I'm proud of him, and that even though he isn't here with us, but he died as a true hero.
I miss everything about him.
In the moment that the officers and I had to come see the children, my biggest reaction was, I don't have 7 arms. I have 7 children who just lost their father, and I don't have 7 arms to wrap around them.
I'm Frank Silla, chairman of the Stephen Silla Tunnel to Towers Foundation. Our foundation is committed to delivering mortgage-free homes for Gold Star families and fallen first responder families.
To not have to worry financially is a huge peace of mind. The thought of, what in the world will I possibly do to pay the bills? How will I possibly let the children have a life that feels normal? I don't want them to have to quit their piano lessons or their basketball. I don't want them to feel that we have to move into a little apartment and struggle financially in addition to the emotional weight.
There are over 1,000 families that need our help. Tunnel to Towers is honoring those heroes that risked their lives by providing them with mortgage-free homes.
Those who serve us and then lay down their lives protecting our freedoms and our safety, the least we can do is $11 a month to give them that peace of always knowing there's a home, there's that sanctuary when life feels like it's been tipped upside down, because it has, when you lose a parent in the line of duty, to know you can go home, you can be safe, there's no risk of losing your home. That's a peace of mind that I can't believe you can get for $11 a month.
I'd like to ask you to contribute $11 a month to support their efforts.
Please donate $11 a month by calling 1-844-BRAVEST or visit tunneltotowers.org.
Independence. With that declaration, America was born. Inspired by a belief in the God-given rights of every human being. That among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Our government was established to secure these rights and for the good that comes from exercising them well. This is why the founders of our great nation chose independence. As do we. Hillsdale College accepts no government funding because independence makes possible the good to which we aspire. Hillsdale College, pursuing truth and defending liberty since 1844.
Ready to learn some medieval combat, kiddo?
You bet, Dad.
Let's do this.
You know, spending quality time with your kids is important, but finding a fun and safe way to do it can really be a challenge. That's where halberds come in. Halberds are the perfect way to bond with your kid while teaching them about history and physical fitness. Plus, they're a blast to play with. So next time you're looking for some family fun activity, grab a halberd and get ready to make some memories.
Come on, Dad. Round 2.
Halberds, bringing families together one medieval battle at a time. This commercial brought to you by the KLRNRadio.com Ad Council. I just realized nothing's playing, so hang on. I think something screwed up somewhere. Well, no, what the heck? What is going on here? Anyway, I promise I'm here. Oh, wait, now maybe it was because, maybe it had me muted because I was over there, but it's never done that before. Wait a minute. Now I know what it was. I was confused because I don't normally let those play that long. All right, anyway, so let's finish. Let's open this properly now that I'm less confused.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
America's on the rails. We're trying to change tonight. From the halls of power to Main Street lights, we're tracking the shifts, exposing the fights. Truth seekers rising in heartland flame. Ricks calling names and we're joining the game. No filters, no fear. We pull back the veil. When the system rebels, we refuse to pale. America off the rails. We're wake-up calls and rebel tales. A chain horses in the news, standing strong with nothing to lose.
And welcome to the program, ladies and gentlemen. America Off the Rails is back after an extended break between funerals and the crud and the plague and everything else that's been going on. It has been a limited schedule for me for the last couple of weeks, but we're trying to get things back and running and smooth. All right, so before we get into the news that has captured the day, because we will be discussing that a lot. Actually, I'm doing a guest appearance here in a couple hours to discuss it some more. But so before we do that, though, I feel like this is the perfect time to dust off something that we haven't played in a while in honor of us, rescuing Venezuela. This is from the Third Rail Ramblers. And when they wrote this forever ago, I don't think they realized it was going to come back for another round of prescience, but here we are.
Isn't this exactly what you wanted? Isn't this what you were begging for? Waiting in your hour of desperation for someone to come scrape you off the floor. You're paying with your life, you see, for what you thought you got for free. Picking through the remnants of what was left, and now you're retained. Project the Zoo. Kangaroos and camels all mixed up in a stew. Project the Zoo. Lions and the tigers are waiting there for you. What exactly will it take to wake you to the looming sword over your head? And realize that what looks good on paper will only cause destruction in the end. Paradise lost to the winds, but those entrusted to defend. Now you're left with nothing more than barren shells and empty stores. Project the Zoo. Elephants and pandas all mixed up in a stew. Watch at the zoo. Leopards and the rhinos are waiting there for you. Watch at the zoo. That's where all the sheep go, like they were told to do. Watch at the zoo. May just be the final lunch they will ever do.
Emaciated zombies roam the streets, eyes sunken and wide with horror. The cupboards long since bare, they sift through the garbage for their next meal. The proletariat has nothing left, and the once happy children despondently play with the bones of their pets, cooked for them the week before. They were told it had never really been tried. They were convinced that this time it would be paradise. Now they shuffle through the alleys of their collapsed utopia, hunger burning the remnants of their aching souls, consuming them in their cities in a pyre of impotence and rage, howling in defiance of the ones they chose to redistribute each according to their needs. The smoke rises to the ivory tower now as the elite look down in disgust at the ignorant, not appreciative. Who would destroy what their wisdom and benevolence had so selflessly provided? Inequality is wrong, they cried, and in their mercy and in their fairness they made them all equal in misery. And as the flames grow higher and the walls begin to shake, it suddenly occurs to them. The zoo is empty, the animals are gone, and they are the main course now. And it's lunchtime.
And hope you guys liked that. I heard Al in the chat saying that it was coming through really low. I don't know why, because I had it maxed out every place that I could, and I even made sure that I was muted and the volume was down to make sure the gate didn't kick in. But anyway, I'm still trying to figure some of this out, because sometimes when I play stuff from other sources, it still doesn't come through very well, even though it's blaring in my ears, which I always find really weird. Anyway, so we're back. We're live, and I just kind of felt like that was a prescient thing to open with, because, of course, we're going to talk about this for the first part of the program, because we have to. So you've been hearing everybody from the left and everywhere else around the world telling us how afraid of China we need to be. There's something that I need to make sure you guys understand. Those air defenses that we went through like a hot knife through butter, those were Chinese. Those were Chinese air defenses. I mean, dude, we went in and took out the Venezuelan dictator faster than it takes to get Uber Eats to bring me food out here. That's the point I don't think anybody's understanding. And for everybody who's been wringing your hands, oh my God, I can't believe we did this. The same people that are telling you that we never should have done this 5 years ago were asking why we hadn't done it yet. Why hasn't he done anything about this yet? New York's indicted the man. Why hasn't he done something? Even Joe Biden, one of his campaign things was, if you let this man win again, nothing's ever going to be done about Maduro. And if I get in there, the second I'm in there, we're going to do something about it. And he didn't do anything. He didn't do anything. Because the difference between the left and the right, as far as the ones that I actually count as part of the right, the left and the left adjacents, they like to talk really tough until it's time to put your money where your mouth is. And then there are a bunch of hand-wringing idiots like today. We'll be getting into that later. Because I have lots of things to say about this thing that happened in Minneapolis today. As somebody who, used to wear a badge and a gun, just because, so you guys understand why I'm talking about this in the way that I will be talking about it. The angle of the bullet and the spiderweb pattern on the windshield indicates exactly where the officer was that was doing the shooting. And anyway, we'll get into that later. But back to this Venezuela stuff. So yesterday I wound up not being able to do Manorama because there was a family thing that came up. So I got the family thing taken care of, and then someone else blew up my phone, so I answered it. And it was somebody freaking out over everything that was happening in Venezuela. I can't believe he did this. Are you okay with this? Why is he doing this? We just went in. And the weird thing is, because I live out in the middle of nowhere, we had a really bad connection at first. And all they kept saying is, we went in and kidnapped this dude and his wife. And I'm like, you and who did what now? Because I couldn't understand what he was trying to say. So anyway, we spent almost an hour talking last night. And every time he says, well, if you're okay with it, I'm okay with it. But And then it turned into his millionth explanation as to why he wasn't really okay with it. I don't really care about any of that. The only reason I'm bringing it up is because it led to some very interesting conversations about this whole thing, and it led to me doing some additional research, like finding out that, these defenses that weren't defenses were supplied by China, which is another reason for everybody who's been screaming and yelling about, he only did this for oil. Yes, he did it for oil, but not for the reasons that you think. Where do you think China and Russia get the majority of their oil right now? It's from two places. Venezuela is the first one. The other one starts with an I and rhymes with man, who was also heavily invested in Venezuelan oil. So, I'm not one of these people over the last 10 years that has used the words 4D chess very often. But if we can stick to our guns in this instance, this will be the first time I will credit Donald Trump with playing 4D chess. Because with one stroke, he's cut off the majority of China's oil supply, which means all this tough talk with Taiwan and all these military games that they've been, we're gonna freak out Taiwan. We're gonna keep doing military exercises right outside of it, right into international waters, right next to the island. Guess what? No oil means you can't keep doing that for very much longer. So then, well, Rick, they get oil from other places. Yeah, you want to know where their number two place they get oil from, which is where they get the rest of their oil from? It's Iran. Guess what? Because Iran is now cut off from Venezuela, where they have heavily invested, because communists and Islamists seem to love each other. I really don't understand the correlation, but it just seems to happen that way. But yeah, so now Iran is on fire, literally, and there's protesting happening in the streets. And if our government doesn't do something to help that this time, I'm going to be really cranky because we have a chance to change the face of the planet for the good for a very long time if we only have the balls to stick to the plan that's currently in motion. And you can't really say this president doesn't have balls. And by balls, I mean huge brass ones. Dude went into another country and just said, yoink, you're coming with me, bitch. Just straight out of bed, Hello Kitty pajamas and all. No, I know, not really, but it's a good visual to think of that crazy sumbitch taking a nap in Hello Kitty pajamas and being woke up by Delta Force going, hey, quicker than DoorDash. Anyway, I stole that line from a video because it was hilarious. Somebody put together a Disney Pixar promo called FAFO, and it shows a cartoon version of Maduro doing his "Come and get me, you're a coward" thing, and then it cuts to him in his bed, and there's Delta Force shutting the door. They're like, "Hey, what do you know? Got here quicker than DoorDash." But I mean, come on, look. There's only so, and this is something that occurred to me because, like I said, I had been not really paying that much attention over the last few days until all of this started popping off, and then I had to get back engaged again. As difficult as it was, and as much as I didn't really want to do it, there we were. But so back to this though. So I realized, and it occurred to me, there's only been two other times in history that I've seen anything go anywhere near either this quick or even quicker. The 6 Day War with Israel, and then there was sometime, I believe it was like in the 1830s, that Great Britain went to war with some little pissant country and kicked their ass in like 34 minutes. We basically took out their air defenses, broke into one of their heaviest, biggest military bases, snatched the dude out of bed, and had him back in New York City before anybody knew what the hell happened. And I talked about this the other day. The parallels between what happened with the world when they came out of their Carter coma and into the Reagan era, and then now they've come out of the Biden coma and they're back into the Trump era again. The parallels are kind of astounding because the world took us the entire time Carter was in office. The world took us as a bunch of pansy pushovers. And like it or not, for the longest time, they've kind of looked at us that way. We proved them wrong a little bit after 9/11, and then we all went back to sleep, which I never really thought I would see happen. But with everything that's going on all over the world today, and the fact that all these places that are supposed to be, the bastions of Western civilization are now falling to Islam. Now we've got friggin' Sharia zones starting to pop off in Texas. Are you kidding me? I'm starting to wonder if we woke up in time. And I've been talking about this for everybody for a while. And here in a second, we're going to take a music break. Then I'm going to get into the other part of the stuff that I want to talk about today. But I feel like I feel like this needs to be said. And I don't really know any other way to say it. And that's this. We are on the precipice of our entire world either being saved or falling apart. And everybody needs to pick a side. Because I don't know how we come together anymore. It was one thing when it was differences of opinions and people were still willing to come together and talk about them and try to hash them out. We don't do that anymore. We willingly, in most cases, put ourselves into echo chambers that align with everything that we believe or that we agree with. And there are very few people that are willing to step outside of those things. And that happens on both sides of the aisle, whether anybody wants to admit it to you or not. That was one thing. But now we have, just like with the situation in Minneapolis that we're going to be getting into here in a minute, now we have the situation where people are watching alternative versions of, are living alternative versions of reality while they're watching the same events in real time. You had all these people today coming out, and I know some of it was for clicks and for impressions and all that stuff, and that makes it even worse in my opinion. But there are people that really believe that that woman that was driving that Honda Pilot was gunned down in cold blood. None of the evidence supports that when you start looking at the videos, and we're going to get into that in a minute because I've got a couple of those. But it's just insane to me because we literally have people that have different ideologies looking at the same things happening in real time in live formats and having completely different reactions to what is supposed to be reality right in front of them. So, depending on your ideological bent, you are now living in a different reality than somebody that's standing right next to you watching the same things. And I really just don't know how we come back from that. I wish I did. I don't know how we can. There's going to have to be some sort of a reset for people to realize that reality is still reality. The truth is still the truth. And we need people to shut up until they know the truth. I mean, there's no way. I mean, I don't care how far away the angle was. You can't tell me that these people weren't seeing the cop that was standing in front of the car when she gunned it again. And they go, well, she was turning her wheels. It doesn't matter. They were telling her to stop the car. Just because you don't recognize someone's authority over you doesn't mean they don't have authority over you. We now, and this is more proof of everything that I've been saying for a long time, there really is no far right and there's no far left. When you go far enough one way or the other, you wind up coming back together in a circle. So these same people that have been screaming and yelling about all these people that they think are far right, the what the hell do they call themselves? The ones that believe that the government has no authority over them, sovereign citizens. Yeah, basically now the left has their own version of it. And what's even worse is now we've got Tim Walz basically sending in the National Guard. Everybody's like, oh my God, I can't believe he's doing that. I can, because he's going to tell the National Guard to stop ICE. How much you want to bet? How much you want to bet? He's about to declare war on the National Guard. He's about to declare war on the federal government. Because he's been emboldened by this pissant mayor. And he needs a distraction from us looking for $10 billion of our money. That's the other thing I haven't really had much of a chance to talk about. So since we're segueing into Minneapolis and Minnesota and all that stuff, I guess we might as well open with that part of it, because the thing that I love is listening to the left going, oh my God, the right is telling you that brown people are stealing your money and it's not true. You know what? I don't care how much melanin they have. I only know that people are stealing our money. We're not talking about small amounts of money either. At last I heard, the minimum ballpark is a 10 with 9 zeros after it. 9. So you're talking about a 1 with 10 zeros? And you guys want to act like this is no big deal? And that's the minimum. Now imagine what happens if we start cracking the books on places like California and Washington State and Oregon How much money are we losing? How in the hell can we as taxpayers be bilked for $10 billion? I said billion with a B, and that's the low average that we know of so far. And we're supposed to be fine with it. We're supposed to act like it's no big deal. I just don't get it. All right, so we're gonna take a break real quick. When we come back, we've got more to talk about. We're gonna get more into this whole ICE involved shooting today. However, before we do all of that, I do want to let you guys know that there is a certain song that is now available through Spotify and YouTube Music and iTunes and pretty much everywhere else that you find songs that you like, and that's this one. Hang on. I'm gonna see if I can find the video version of it, so that way hopefully it's louder. Anyway, I think this is it. We'll find out in a second together. Joys of Live Radio, and then there's another one that's coming out in a couple weeks that I want to talk to you about too. So anyway, here we go. If it works.
Shut the lights down in the city, say the system's on the ropes, while the same hands that broke it hold your paycheck and your hopes. They'll sell your sweat for silver, call your sacrifice relief, but every drop of truth we bleed writes another line of belief. Freedom isn't free, it's carved in blood and fire and stone. It's the price of stand tall when they tell you to kneel and go home. They can lock up every promise, tax the air we breathe, but they'll never change the hearts of those who still believe. 'Cause freedom isn't free. They preach peace from marble towers while they fence off your front yard. They wave a flag made out of rules and call obedience smart. They'll brand your voice as danger, they'll mock your faith as greed, but freedom don't need permission, it just needs men who'll bleed. Freedom isn't free, it's carved in blood and fire and stone. It's the price of standing tall when they tell you kneel and go home. They can lock up every promise, tax the air we breathe, but they'll never change the hearts of those who still believe. 'Cause freedom isn't free. Freedom isn't free, it's written in red on history's page, a warning to the tyrants and the cowards of the age. They can bury us in silence, but the truth still screams. Freedom isn't free.
And welcome back into the program, ladies and gentlemen. Again, that is the KLRNRadio House Band's first single that has been released everywhere. We're not charting them yet, because kind of testing the waters before we start putting stuff up, running with the big boys. But that is our first official release through the Kung Fu Rick Productions label that is now officially live. So there's that. You guys haven't seen much of me, but I promise I've been making some power moves behind the scenes while I've been working on other stuff. So trying to get things out there as best as I can. Yeah, Al, if you like the video, you need to give a hat tip to Sean. He'll put that together for me. But yeah, that's the first single that we've ever officially put out. And I think I'm gonna they have an option for video, so I'm gonna see if I can submit that too. But I wanted to try the audio version for a while first and see what happened with it. Um, but yeah, so anyway, so we're back and we are live, and let me get rid of that because otherwise you won't see me anymore. Okay, so all right. So I told you guys we're gonna have to talk about this, and I'm probably gonna be talking about it a lot with Gene and Ross here in the next, well, not next hour, but the following hour, because I'll be producing for G first. But I have been asked to sit in on that one and give my perspective and points of view with all the forensic type stuff. So, anyways, so let's talk about this from another perspective, shall we, for just a minute or so? Hey, VC, I see you, man. I see you reposting the stream, you little lurker. Anyway, thanks for reposting the stream, brother, man, in case you're still listening. All right, so I know you guys have seen them all already, so I actually was debating on whether or not I was even going to bother to pull up any of these video clips, because I know that's pretty much anybody that runs in these circles, that's pretty much eaten up all the oxygen today. But I feel like it kind of needs to be talked about anyway. So hang on, I'm looking for one specific one that I thought I bookmarked, and apparently I didn't. So hang on. Okay, so that's the one from 5 hours ago. There was one I was looking for specifically that had it like really nice and slowed down, and you could see the cop like right in front of the bumper. And yeah, hang on. Anyway. All right, so I guess before we get into that, let's do this one first, because this is another one that I wanted to play. So hang on.
Order to prepare the Minnesota National Guard. We have soldiers in training and prepared to be deployed if necessary. I remind you, a warning order is a heads up for folks. And these National Guard troops are our National Guard troops. They're teachers in your community, they're business owners, they're construction professionals. They are Minnesotans. Minnesota will not allow our community to be used as a prop in a national political fight. We will not take the bait. We will continue to update you, Minnesota, as we get more information. Now I'd like to turn it over to Commissioner Porter to prepare the Minnesota.
All right, so I'm going to let this part play again for a second because something else just occurred to me. Hang on.
The National Guard. We have soldiers in training and prepared to be deployed if necessary. I remind you, a warning order is a heads up for folks.
All right, so I'm stopping right there. Some of you that have access to the Wayback Machine might actually remember us, pointing out how Tim Walz was a lying sucktard because, he knew the deployment order was coming because of that very thing he was just mentioning and then ducked out. So it's interesting that in his own discussion with the people within his state, he verified everything that we already knew about him tucking tail and basically losing the field commission for, command sergeant major. Because that's basically what it was. It was a field commission. Because he agreed to take the field commission and then do all the training and agreed to stay on for X amount of time to be able to be, locked into that rank officially. But then the warning order came out and suddenly he's like, oh, I want to go back. I'm going to do this. And they're like, okay, cool, whatever, bro. But yeah, so I'm going to play this one more time because I want you to hear what he's saying very specifically. And this is why I'm telling you, he is about to go to war with the federal government.
Order to prepare.
At least he's about to try to. Listen to what he's saying very carefully here.
Prepare the Minnesota National Guard. We have soldiers in training and prepared to be deployed if necessary. I remind you, a warning order.
Okay, gotta say this too, because as a sound guy, back the fuck off the mic, dude. It is not Gavin Newsom's penis.
Order is a heads up for folks. And these National Guard troops are our National Guard troops. They're teachers in your community, they're business owners, they're construction professionals. They are Minnesotans. Minnesota will not allow our community to be used as a prop in a national political fight. We will not take the bait. We will continue to update you, Minnesota, as we get.
You've already taken the bait, you lying sack of crap. I mean, let's be completely real here for just a second, because here's the problem with him saying we're not going to take the bait. You know what would have saved this awful life? And by awful, I mean affluent female liberal, just saying. Affluent white female liberal. You know what would have saved her life? Detainer orders being recognized. You know what would have saved her life? Police on the scene assisting ICE agents, because they were simply just doing their jobs. And that's the part that nobody wants to talk about anymore. We have become conditioned ever since Barack Obama to think that the police are evil. Remember, Trayvon Martin could have been his son. George Floyd was an upstanding American. And now we have the same tinderbox having a match tossed in it today, all because some woman thought that she didn't have to listen to a federal law enforcement officer who was telling her to stop her car, who then hit him with the car. Dude has been hospitalized. You can't tell me that she didn't hit him with the car if he was checked out at a hospital and they have checked him in and admitted him because of injuries sustained by a vehicle impact. BC made a great point in the chat. Remember, not everything stupid is liberal, but everything liberal is stupid. Oh, that is an awesome point, my friend. Just for that, that's going up on the big screen for a while. Hey, we have an Amish sighting too. I just saw you pop in here, sir. Hope everybody's having a great Wednesday night. I know it's been, everybody's trying to come back after the beginning of the new year and the long weeks and all the different stuff going on. So I want to thank everybody for hanging out with us tonight. Don't forget, we've got the Conservative Curmudgeon coming up here in just a little bit as well, followed by Gene and Ross on Behind the Enemy Lines. I will be guesting on that one, and then Amish and I will be hanging out from the 10 to 11 o'clock hour. And then 11 o'clock, we send everything over to the SHR Media crew. BZ was unable to do a show last night, so our final act for the night will be the Edge of Liberty show, hosted by none other than Sean Lewis, one of the head honchos over there at SHR Media. So that will be our closing act for the night. But all of this just drives me nuts. And I can't just blame it on what's happening right now, because this has been a long-standing thing for me that I never have understood. The right to peacefully protest is enshrined in our Constitution. The right to block thoroughfares is not. There are laws and ordinances against people being able to block thoroughfares, especially blocking thoroughfares when emergency vehicles are trying to use them. So I blame a lot of folks for everything that's happening right now, and it's something that has been going on for quite some time. And I do, in fact, blame a lot of people for it, because there are police commissioners and police chiefs all through the country that don't enforce the laws as written when you have people impeding traffic. None of that stuff should be being allowed to happen. Now you've got the police chief in Minnesota. Well, my officers are trained to de-escalate the situation, and we wouldn't really know how to do that. That means your officers aren't trained to do their damn job. That means your officers aren't trained to do their damn jobs, because you know what? Your job isn't de-escalation. Your job is the enforcement of the law. If they aren't willing to follow the law, you don't back down, you double down, because I swear to God, it's like people that have never had kids trying to tell you how to parent. Because you can't keep threatening your kids with something and then not do it. Because once you do that, they realize they're the ones in charge. You want to know why this is happening in Minnesota the way it is? Because for the last decade and a half, these people have been allowed to peacefully protest while lighting shit on fire. Exactly. He doesn't even, and Ordy in the chat, he doesn't even have police officers. He has social workers. I can't with these people anymore. And what drives me absolutely crazy about all of it is seeing the writing on the wall, understanding everything that is about to happen, and realizing that I am powerless to really do anything about it other than stand here on my little molehill and jump up and down, waving my arms, going, if you guys don't start actually enforcing the rules that you have written, then things are going to get very, very bad for everyone. Yeah, exactly. Ken, this time I'm really gonna send you to your room. I really mean it this time. Oh, so tired of this. And dude, it's not like we haven't seen it in our own lives for those of us that have parents. You have to understand that at some point there comes a time when you have to start using tough love. And the problem is you've got and I hate to use this analogy because I hate it when liberals do it, but since they're acting like children, I'm going to use the analogy. You finally have somebody in the White House who's willing to use tough love when needed, and now everybody's trying their damnedest to rebel, which is when you have to double down. Because once you've started down that course of action, if you back down, it's only going to get worse. And that's the part that I can't make anybody understand. If Trump and the National Guard, if Trump and ICE and everybody else just backs down and goes away, this is only ever going to get worse. And again, at this point, I'm not sure how it can get any better, but it can definitely get worse because I don't see a way for. I keep coming back to this point. I don't see a way for us to come together anymore because we have people that are looking at the same events in real time and have two completely different versions of reality that are shaped around what they're looking at. Part of it is, again, because everything is driven by money now, including social media, that everybody just takes the most outrageous clips that they can find, cuts it to fit a narrative, then throws it out there just waiting for everybody to call them out and say that they're being stupid, retarded, whatever else. And these people make bank. Meanwhile, those of us that are sitting here trying to tell the truth, we barely get noticed. And I don't know how to fix this at this point. I have been loath, and I know I've been saying this more and more over the last few months, but I have been loath to get on the Jesse Kelly team about the amicable divorce. Problem is, I think we're past the point of amicable divorce. I don't know how we fix any of this. If anybody has any suggestions, please feel free to let me know other than what I've been talking about, because at this point, if you are interested in saving your country, especially if you are somebody that wears a badge and a gun for a living, then you need to start doing your damn job. Even if it gets you fired, move somewhere else and do it. Trust me, if you get fired from someplace like Minneapolis for actually doing your job, you'd be able to use that as a badge of honor to move everywhere else in the country and be like, I stood up and did my job even when my bosses told me not to. Uh, I'd rather be behind him than in front of him, if you get my meaning, Mr. Frodo. But anyway. Sorry, people are giving me crap in the chat for bringing up Jesse Kelly, I think, but it's all right. I'm just glad to see people in the chat. over the holidays, we've had a lot of people paying attention and nobody really wanting to chat. Anyway. Don't talk French to me in the chat. My brain had to translate that shit, and my brain almost locked up. What the hell? Anyway. Ugh. This is true too. Funny thing is, he and I started around the same time. He got noticed. I really didn't. So anyway. All right. So let's see what other quick hits we can get into before I turn things over to G, because we'll be talking more about this whole Minneapolis thing over the next few days anyway. All right. So here's another one. So, and I was wondering because somebody put out a thing today that was like, Trump is doing my meme, and then had Trump impersonating Godzilla. But apparently, so Trump has snatched a rogue oil tanker right under the nose of the Russian Navy. So early Wednesday, U.S. Special Operations Forces, most likely Navy SEALs, boarded and took control of a Russian flagged supertanker in the North Atlantic between Iceland and Ireland, bringing to an end a nearly 3-week melodrama. On December 21st, the U.S. Coast Guard, operating in the Caribbean as part of Operation Southern Spear, attempted to board a Dark Fleet supertanker, MT Bella 1, heading toward Venezuela. You can follow up with with another article put out here by my friends at Red State. Coast Guard now targeting another sanctioned oil ship off Venezuela. The ship's registration had expired, making it stateless. That didn't stop the ship from claiming Guyanese registration. The U.S. Treasury Department had sanctioned the vessel for its role in carrying Iranian oil for the benefit of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. When the Coast Guard attempted to board, the Bella One decided to make a run for it. And then it went on from there. The Coast Guard was then kind of in the seabound version of Hot Pursuit. Other than Bella One speeding away at about 15 knots, the fact that it was empty also raised a lot of eyebrows. Fast forward 3 days, and we find the Bella One speeding away from the USS, U.S. Southcom area of operations responsibility shadowed by various U.S. assets. The farce became complete on December 30th. The crew painted a Russian flag on the ship and renamed it the MT Marinara, not to be confused with actual marinara sauce. On New Year's Eve, the Marinara suddenly appeared in the official Russian Maritime Registry of Shipping. The database lists the vessel as flying the Russian flag with Black Sea ports of Sochi as its home port. With that registration, the Kremlin requested the U.S. desist in any efforts to board that vessel and cease pursuit. As most of us were basking in the warm afterglow of the Maduro operation, events were taking place in the UK. Around a dozen U.S. Air Force C-17A Globemaster 3s arrived last night at RAF Fairford in the United Kingdom, most coming from Hunter Army Airfield in Georgia or Campbell Army Airfield in Kentucky, reportedly carrying helicopters and other equipment for the U.S. Army's 160th. According to the Times, continuing the story, American forces have been training for extractions after amassing military aircraft in Britain as President Trump threatened strikes and annexations across the globe. Special operations soldiers were seen rappelling from CV-22B tilt-rotor Osprey aircraft in a fast rope and rescue exercise at a British airbase on Tuesday. The drill took place shortly after a fleet of at least 14 C-17 Globemaster transport aircraft and 2 heavily armed AC-130J Ghost Rider gunships. Those are some bad mamma jammas, man. Landed at 3 RAF bases in Suffolk and Gloucestershire on Saturday. The Globemasters are rumored to have been carrying at least 5 MH-60M Black Hawk helicopters and 1 MH-47G Chinook, which are used for special forces operations. The helicopters have been spotted in British hangars, according to unconfirmed reports. In light of these events, the men rappelling from an Osprey seem to have been either A, unrelated to the pending operation, or B, a clever bit of disinformation. Tuesday, Russia responded by dispatching a submarine and other naval vessels to escort the Marinara/Bella One to safety. Why send a submarine as an escort vessel? That is five-dimensional chess by Putin, maybe. Official Russian state media has provided video of the close shadowing of Marinara/Bella One by U.S. Coast Guard cutter. It has also provided the images of at least 1 MH-6M Little Bird, or if you wish, killer egg approaching Marinara Bella One with SOF operators poised for action. The MH-6, to the best of my knowledge, is only used by the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment, the same folks who transported Delta and Rangers to, you guessed it, snatch and grab Maduro. While the main U.S. component was, of course, U.S. Coast Guard Monroe, it had backup. U.S. officials had been tracking the Marinara since a failed attempt to nab it on December 20th, 2025, and then dispatched an AC-130J gunship and P-8 Poseidon sub-Hunter aircraft to assist with Wednesday's interception, according to the Wall Street Journal. It seems as though the Brits, probably smarting from being left in the dark over the Maduro operation, cooperated in providing surveillance aircraft and a ship capable of storing and launching helicopters. The official Russian response was restrained. According to everybody that's had anything to say about this, a spokesperson from the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs told the official TASS news agency it was closely following the situation. Taking into account the reports that there are Russian nationals among the crew, we demand the American side ensure proper and humane treatment of them, strictly observe their rights and interests, and put no obstacles for their soonest return to the motherland, according to the ministry. Unofficial response was, to put it charitably, unhinged. The Russians are really humiliated with the seizure of Bella 1 now that they put their flag on it. Members of the Russian Duma, Alexei Zurlov has called for Russian Navy to attack and sink U.S. Coast Guard cutters. Prominent Russian military bloggers are calling for the assassination of none other than, you guessed it. I think that the Russians on board will go a long way towards explaining why Bella 1 did the O.J. Simpson chase and why it was able to change its name and register as a Russian ship while being chased. However, it don't matter because they got snatched and grabbed just like Maduro. This is an interesting time to be alive, ladies and gentlemen. Again, this, from everything that I've been able to read from the history books, because I was tiny when the handoff happened, this is very akin to everything that happened between the world adjusting to life under Carter as our president and life under Reagan as our president. This is honestly what I expected from Trump during his first term. But I think he really was convinced, because all these people used to like him, or at least they pretended they did, until he changed the letter behind his name. Then all of a sudden they hated him. I think he thought he was going to have a much easier time his first term. And this time he's figured out that it don't matter. He's just going to get shit done. But yeah, I mean, when you've got liberals just crapping their pants every other day, it's a great time to be alive in America. Just being honest about it. It's a great time to be alive in America. But yeah, so that was something that I definitely wanted to talk about today, because right after Maduro, we went and snatched an oil tanker right out from underneath the Russian Navy. So not only have we humiliated China, because let's not forget all the air defenses that, again, we went through like sliced butter, were provided by China. We've now hamstrung Iran because of what we've done in Venezuela. And now we've humiliated Russia on the world stage. It's funny because, Amish is one of these people that he likes to pretend he's not smart online, but he's been one of the people telling me now for years that I was worried about things that I really didn't need to worry about, because neither one of those governments were really worth anything anymore. I don't know. But yeah, so, dude, it looks like everybody's using that line now. I'm just skimming headlines as we get ready to wrap things up on this one and move over for G. And everybody's dropping Donroe Doctrine now. That's hilarious to me. Oh. Al, I'm going to have to check those out. I really am. Because, according, we're going to go ahead and give them a plug. I don't know. I haven't read them yet, but I guess Al has. So he's saying, read the books Power of Geography and Prisoners of Geography. That guy explains everything going on right now. And he wrote them 5 years ago. Oh, it's funny how that works sometimes. All right. Oh, my word. All right, so I guess Minnesota's rolling out paid leave from everybody, in government positions that are being lambasted over this whole Minnesota fraud thing. So this is from Amy Curtis, and it's a great point, and I said this earlier. Either Jacob Fry, who is the mayor of Minnesota, is lying through his teeth, or he hasn't actually seen the angle of the fatal shooting yet. And this is what we're talking about right here.
We've dreaded this moment since the early stages of this ICE presence in Minneapolis. Not only is this a concern that we've had internally, we've been talking about it. They are not here to cause safety in this city. What they are doing is not to provide safety in America. What they are doing is causing chaos and distrust. They're ripping families apart. They're sowing chaos on our streets. And in this case, quite literally killing people. So they are already trying to spin this as an action of self-defense. Having seen the video of myself, I want to tell everybody directly, that is bullshit. This was an agent recklessly using power that resulted in somebody dying, getting killed.
And again, dude obviously either hasn't seen the video or he's full of shit. Because that is, take a look. All right, so I'm going to back this up to right about here. You can't see him because this guy's in his way, but there's a cop standing directly in front of this car. Watch this again. Oh, shit! That's him right there, jumping out of the way as he shoots the first time. Oh my God, what? They told her to stop. They told her to get out of the car. You people don't think you have to listen to cops anymore because you've been spoon-fed bullshit by Barack Obama and the Democrats now for forever? I don't understand this. I'm trying. I really am. I want to understand it. I just can't. There is no way you can make any of this make sense. Yeah. I heard the same thing. I haven't been able to confirm it anywhere yet, but that was a rumor that I heard. So apparently, Amish is put in the chat for those of you that are listening to the audio version later. The woman who screamed, it appears, was the woman's wife who was filming her for social media content. Anyway, dude, why do people have to be retarded? Why? I mean, none of this had to be a problem in the first place. All she had to do was stop the car when they told her to stop the car. Instead, she decided to pull a Karen, and now she's, probably giving Satan a lap dance. Oh, wait, too soon? Might have been too soon. Anyway, all right, we're going to get out of here. We have G coming in next, so I want to make sure you guys hang out for that. And don't forget, after that, I'll be hanging out with the boys of Behind Enemy Lines while we get even more into this whole Minneapolis shooting situation. Then myself and Amish for Rick and Orty, and then we'll head over to the SHR Media Network for the Edge of Liberty. All right, we are going to get out of here. It looks like G has been able to make everything work because I just heard him chime in. So I was about to roll a break and go find my phone because I realized I have it on the charger in the other room. All right, so we're going to get out of here, ladies and gentlemen. Again, want to thank everybody for taking the time to hang out with us tonight. Hang out for G coming up next right here live on KLRNRadio. And anyway, let's go out with this one. No, I just played that one, though. I don't want to do that again. All right, never mind. We'll just do my usual. Bye, everybody. I'll figure out what I'm doing in a second. I swear.
From the halls of power to Main Street lights, we're tracking the shifts, exposing the fights. Truth seekers rising in heartland flame. Ricks calling names and we're joining the game. No filters, no fear. We pull back the veil. When the system rattles, we refuse to pale. America off the rails. Wake up calls and rebel tales. Unchained voices in the news. Standing strong with nothing to lose. DC drama to state level plans. We're calling the shots.
Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNRadio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I need to tell you is We have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNRadio. You can find us on our Rumble and our...
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's
Like mine.
new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing. 2 million podcasts, and we know they'll figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow yours to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
To me.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
It's time now for the Conservative Curmudgeon Radio Show. Now, here's Grouchy.
Good evening, and Happy New Year. Rick, I don't know if we're having any latency with me. I am on my phone. The MacBook has not taken charge or powered back up, so I do not know if I'm dead or whatever, but I'm here. And if it's a bad lag, let me know, and maybe we can work something where you can call me on the board like we did before in the past.
I don't have any lag so far. So
Okay. So we're good then. I guess, at least for now. Because I'm using.
Just make sure your phone doesn't go to sleep, or you're going to go away.
Oh. Okay. Yeah. We should be okay. I just, wow, break over the holidays. I would have liked to have done a show. I wanted to do a show. We actually planned to do a show. And, of course, heading into my holiday, the, shitola hit the fan. It happens. I always said that I never wanted to be the person that when shit hits the fan, they go, oh, hell, call G. And I still don't want to be that person, but I am that person. So that's how it works now.
All I'm going to say is I remember somebody sitting across from me after SRLC 15 telling me they were going to be retired by now.
And there was a time when that was a viable option, and that is not a viable option now. It's kind of like when you fall forward, and then it's like, damn, I got to stay on this for just a little while longer so I can take care of some things that I never would have got to take care of.
Oh, I'm just giving you crap because, I was the one telling you I'd probably be working forever. And you're like, oh, I plan on being retired in the next 10 years. Here we are 10 years later.
Exactly. You are so right. And I would, believe me, I would have loved when I went eligible for retirement officially in our corporate retirement plan. That was last summer. I hit my eligibility for retirement, and I had every intention of filling my paperwork out and going away. And they not only offered me a promotion to stay, but they offered me a retirement incentive on top of that. And I couldn't turn it down. I just couldn't.
I'm out.
I mean, yeah. I hate the idea of being a corporate whore, especially for in the grand scheme of things, the little bit of money that it is. But I'm still just middle aged. I mean, I can't retire. I would still have to be doing something. And there are very few.
You were supposed to be. You were supposed to be helping me take over the world by now, sir. That was the plan.
Well, yeah, there's that too. But there are things that have to be considered. Like the cost of Cobra health insurance, which I don't know if you ever got into the market of pricing that or not for you when you made the changeover.
Oh no, since I took medical retirement, I still have all my shit. So
I gotcha. Well, just by the by, if anybody's considering that, Cobra coverage, at least for me, is $900 a month. $900 a month.
That'd make me want to. That'd make me want to. That'd make me want to Yo Joe.
I mean, and I look at this and I'm like, okay, so basically, even with the pay raise, I have to. They base our corporate retirement on the highest 3 years of earnings of your last 10 in the company. So you have the opportunity to make more than your base salary during some years. So it's actually a very nice plan. It is they do your, and it is an old fashioned like pension. And they are very generous with it. I almost to the point where you look at it from a corporate standpoint and you're like, you could cut back 10% on this, cover a little less on the insurance and make the employees pay a little more every month. And you'd still be better than a lot of places around here. But the old man says, no, this is how we do business. So that's how we do business. I mean, you work for this company. Your health insurance is $100 a month for you and the family, and that covers your medical. It covers your dental. It covers your pharmaceutical. It covers orthodontics, and it covers vision. Tell me where you can find that for $100 a month.
I don't think you can.
Yeah. And the reason it's $100 a month is because he eats the rest of the cost as part of your benefits package. So, I mean, like I said, how do you argue? And there are very, very few places I can go to around here and make the money I make. And, most of those places, they usually have their people and they're not looking to hire very often. So, I mean, I may be stuck here a little longer than I want to be. You know, I would have loved to retired early. I would have retired a little poorer. But I'm still not going to be an old man when I retire. It will happen. I mean, there's a line in the sand I have, and if I can beat that line, that's fine. But if I can't, that's fine too. I don't. Like I said, I would still have to be doing something somewhere to have insurance, and you know, I can't. I'm not old enough to claim Social Security yet, so I wouldn't have Social Security. The only thing I would have coming in is the pension, and the pension is being padded very generously, and I can't complain about that. I can complain about the work. I can complain about some of the assholes I have to work with, but I cannot complain about how the company treats me. So, and I I love that there are people in the chat room, and because I'm doing this on my phone, I can barely see some of the icons. I see Al. It's so small on my screen that I can't read everybody's name. Pretty sure that's Orty I see there right under Al in the comments. And I see that's got to be Raptor. So if I'm, if you're there, thank you. I appreciate you being here. If you're not, one, you're missing out, and two, I'm going to need an explanation with a note from your mom. And
it's kind of hard to get notes from. It's kind of hard to get notes from moms right now. Amish has them behind the Circle K.
I understand that. And there, look, I took the behind the Circle K business so personally that I joined the inner circle with Circle K to get into the rewards program.
Anyways, since you can't see it, I'll just bring you up to speed. Amish was agreeing. He says, I'm doing Cobra myself. Now it's insane. I'm $800 single, no dependents.
There you go.
Al was like, I'm just going to work until they throw me out because I enjoy taking money from commies and spending it on guns and ammo.
And there is that. One of the things that I did when I got the promotion last year was I went out and I bought a fine as frog hair. I mean, super fine 308 sniper outfit. And I've been working with that, and I am quite with my readers and my scope. I am quite proficient at 500 to 700 yards now. So I can more than defend the cul-de-sac from the turret, which is the roof. I can lay on my roof and defend the entry of the cul-de-sac, and I don't have to worry about behind me, because behind me the guy is a competition shooter, and I know he'll protect that side. So
I suddenly have visions of G doing a Home Alone impersonation. This is my cul-de-sac.
Oh my God. Yes. Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, we would look, the guy, like I said, the guy behind me is a competition shooter, and this is a tiny little cul-de-sac. When I tell you it's tiny, there's 3 houses in the cul-de-sac. So there's me, there's a guy directly across the street from me, and then there's the guy behind us at the end of the cul-de-sac. And like I said, he's a competition shooter. The guy across the street from me is a 100% DAV Army grunt, and he has a coat closet that might as well be a walk-in gun locker. He has literally walked outside and come across the street to a car that was sitting in my driveway one day trying to verify that they had the right address to deliver a package to, and he accosted them with a weapon in his hand. Wanted to know who the hell they were and what the hell they were doing. And I'm just like, I never have to worry about porch pirates here. This dude, he can't work. If he works, he loses his military. So he just sits at home. And, he takes like little power naps. He's still got shrapnel in his back and his leg from Iraq and Afghanistan. But he's a good dude. He means well. And I know that we are well taken care of when we're away at work. So don't have to worry about that. And I'm developing a case of the hiccups. So please allow me to apologize for that in advance, because I am certain that between that and the sniffles, I will do something to louse this up. But anyway, filled with inaccuracies, omissions, and unprofessionalism. That is this program. So if you don't like it, hit the fucking bricks. Anyway. Oh, so what the hell, man? Look, I don't know what we're doing with Maduro.
And G's phone went to sleep. He'll be back in a minute. Maybe.
Are we back?
We are now. You let your phone go to sleep.
Okay. I was actually trying to do a little time check. I didn't know where we were because that part of the screen went off. But anyway, I won't do that anymore. I'm going to leave the time to you. Anyway, so I don't know where we are with the whole Maduro thing. I have means if the Pandora's box kind of thing. If it's okay for us, why isn't it okay for Russia? I have absolutely zero.
I can tell you why it's not okay for Russia.
Okay.
Because we just managed to snatch a tanker while they were trying to protect it with a bunch of their shit that didn't work. So good luck trying it, fucker.
I'm with you. I have zero issue with blowing these drug couriers out of the oceans. None. But when it comes to going in and snatching the leader of a sovereign nation, and yes, we have warrants against him. We do not have reciprocity or extradition with them. So I have some mixed feelings there. What if Poland and Hungary decided that they were going to snatch a country and restrict it like they've done their own against migration? We've talked about Orban from I believe Orban is Hungary. He has a bad rep with the EU. They don't like him because he won't take immigrants, and he's constantly beating them over the head with their own crime statistics and saying this is why we don't do it, and they don't like him. He's a racist, of course, because citing facts is racism. I mean, if they don't go their way, that is. So anyway, again, mixed feelings. Maduro's a piece of garbage. There's absolutely zero doubt of that. Is he running the drug cartel? Maybe not directly, but I do believe he has knowledge of it, and I do believe he approves of it. And I just don't. I don't understand why the people in Venezuela are so happy when a Maduro loyalist is appointed interim president while Maduro is in custody here. I don't. I get why they're happy. Maduro's gone. They hate him. I understand that. I do. Again, pure garbage person. Absolutely in it for himself and nobody else, except for maybe a couple of family members. You know, scratch my back, I scratch your kind of thing. Anyway, I that's where I sit. Call me a fence straddler. I don't care. I think it opens a dangerous box and it leaves us looking hypocritical if we wag our finger at somebody else and say, no, you can't do that. Only we can do that.
Except it really kind of doesn't, because everybody seems to forget we're the ones that actually set international law.
And again, yes and no. But
if it was yes and no, then the International Criminal Court would have already come in and snatched Trump back in his first term, and they didn't. So
yeah, that's true. There's that. So okay, I'll play that game.
I mean, look, I have my own misgivings about what we did, but it's not like we haven't done this before. The same thing happened with Noriega. So
well, I mean, yeah, yeah, absolutely. And
but as far as me being afraid that like Poland and Hungary are going to go gang up and try to kidnap somebody or snatch a country, we pay for most of their defense. So good fucking luck.
I get that. I do. But it just, and I just use them as an example. They're not going to. If anything, somebody would try to snatch one of their countries and open it up to Middle East migrants. But, like I said, I don't know. It's just one of those things, hot button in the news. Of course, all the liberals, of course, are screaming for free Maduro, free Maduro.
I think we finally figured out why they don't want Donald Trump as a king. They'd rather have a dictator like Maduro, because apparently they have
it just absolutely amazes me that they would go to bat for a communist, greedy, self-serving, drug lord asshole, anti-American asshole, which, I mean, that tells you really all you need to know right there. Maduro's anti-American, so of course Democrats love him. Because they are too. In case you didn't put those two pieces of the puzzle together. A lot of Democrats very much are anti-American. Not all of them. Not all, but a lot of them are. And they act in ways that show it. And you have to believe them when they show you who they are. You got Walz dropping out of a re-election race. You got he and Frey are trying to start civil war basically in Minnesota. Not Maryland. Maryland's just a shithole. Well, part of it is anyway. Baltimore's definitely a shithole. And we've covered that on here multiple times. So you know where I'm coming from if you've been a listener. And if you're not, let me just say real quick that Baltimore's been run by Democrats for the last 60 years, with one 4-year exception in 60 years. And they, in 2022, I believe it was the last year I saw stats from. We did a big bit on the show on this, and I'm sure Rick will remember, but they had like 4% of their kids could read on grade level.
Oh yeah, it was fun.
Yeah. And only 1.5% could do math on grade level. And I'm like, how the hell are they graduating anybody? How are there any high school graduates out of Baltimore City schools if they can't read and do math?
Because people misunderstood what George W. Bush meant by No Child Left Behind. That's
Oh,
what
very much so.
happened. That just means we can just pass them through, right? No, that's not actually what it meant. But well,
I mean, well, that's what it turned into, though, and it was a bad policy. It was a bad policy, and I will. And matter of fact, I won't even blame George as much as I will blame his wife, because she's the one that crafted this policy based on her time in quote unquote education. She was a librarian, if you didn't know, and she thought that qualified her to make classroom policy. So, here nor there. Not knocking the guy, but that was bad policy. And every president has had bad policies come along the way. Some of it through compromise, and some of it just through being a dumbass. And whatever. It happens. Clinton downsized the military. He crucially crushed our military. And he was very lucky that we did not incur a much larger attack than the 9/11 attack. And not that our military would have fought the 9/11 attack per se, so much as like the FBI or CIA would have been on the front of that, but it could have been a lot worse, and we could have incurred an attack had China been a little more ready, or had Russia not been decimated then. It was a very dangerous move, and I get that he did it to save money. And I am not against saving taxpayer dollars, but I know where there's a lot of taxpayer bullshit dollars being spent that aren't in the military. If you want to eliminate some money from the military, let's eliminate the practices of how they have to purchase things. You hear the stories about the $400 hammers and the $600 toilet seats. They're true. And why? Because we award contracts to companies, and then we restrict ourselves to only using our contracted vendors. Well, they know that we can't go out of contract. So guess what they do? We don't get a toilet seat. We get a multifunctional toilet seat for $600. We get a multifunctional hammer for $400. And they pack the product description with those extra features that you get at your local hardware store on a hammer and a toilet seat. And, they get the money because they're the contracted vendor. So what I want to know is why is our government not allowing military bases where they're at to contract things locally? I mean, each base, and in turn each squadron on base, has supply and procurement officers. Why can they not deal locally for what they need? We need to bring in, we need to stock 40 toilet seats. And every time we get down to 20, we need an automatic reorder of 20 more to come in and make sure that we have 40 on hand at all time, or at, a maximum of 40, a minimum of 20, recurring order. Why couldn't they just contact Lowe's or Home Depot or somebody like that and say, hook us up, $25 a toilet seat? Why is that so bad? I mean, you've look, just to give you an idea, when I was in the military, the Air Force had a program where they would reward people that came up with ideas that saved money. So one of the ideas I came up with after having both my knees operated on at the same time and losing status and being put on basic desk duty, I was looking at how the medical squadron on the base, and when I tell you the medical squadron, I tell you that because the hospital at Keesler Air Force Base, which is where I was at the time, was 2,000 active duty military troops just assigned to the hospital. Gigantic clinic, 500 bed hospital. And this place operated, emergency room. We had psychiatric ward. We had surgical wards. We had oncology wards. You name it, we had it. We were a full-blown major metro-sized hospital. Tulane's hospital in New Orleans is smaller than Keesler's used to be. Now, Katrina fixed all that, but I was there well before Katrina. So anyway, so 2,000 people working in this just one facility on the base. And there were constantly people transferring out, people transferring in. And I watched this process. And every time they came through, and they called it the orderly room. I guess that's because everything was kept in order there. I don't know. But that was where you in-processed and out-processed and registered your vehicle for a parking space and all the little administrative functions that you would have like at a place of work. So I was doing my desk duty in there, and I was observing the processes, and somebody would come in, whether they were in processing or out processing, and it would take about 15 minutes. And at the end of it, they would hit a button, and this printer would print off like 18, 19-inch wide tractor feed paper in triplicate and print this report out that was about 10 pages long. And they would tear it off. They would keep a copy and put it in the file there. They would give the military member 2 copies, which they were in turn to carry over to the base personnel office and give to them for addition to their records. So I watched this and I was like, okay, I need to make a phone call. So I called over to the base personnel office and I got their NCO there, their master sergeant. And I started talking to him and I was like, well, so what do you guys do with this? He was like, well, we basically put it in their file and it goes in a stack and then we just process it and manually enter it. We just do what we can do. And when we're done with it, it just stays in their file and it gets filed and transferred to Air Force personnel office. And I'm like, okay. So how about what information out of these 10 pages do you actually use? And can we consolidate it? So he's scratching his head like, what do you mean? And I'm like, so what do you use? Oh, name, social security number, home address if they're in processing, or base that they're going to if they're out processing, any vehicle registrations, I was like, so basically we could fit all that on one sheet of paper. He was like, yeah, pretty much. I was like, so how would you like it if I had my computer call your computer and just transfer that information over so that you didn't have to? And he was like, you can do that? And I was like, well, I don't know. I'm going to find out. And he was like, well, make it happen. So I went back to the hospital and I started talking to our programmers. And I told them what I was interested in doing. And I was like, and if we could save not sending them with the stupid paper and not printing out the paper and do this all digitally, we could save some serious money here. So they went to work on it and they did some trial and error and they interfaced with the base personnel's computers over there, which were on their own separate network. We didn't have, the times were young for computer networks. So they still had to talk to each other externally, as opposed to having wide area networks that were like global forces like we got into later. But that just wasn't a big thing right then. Maybe IBM and maybe a couple other companies in the world had big global networks like that could all intertalk. But the Air Force and the military in general were not on that playing field. So that we knew anyway. And we consolidated this report. And instead of hitting a button and just having it go over to the base personnel office, we stored it in a batch file. And at midnight on the last day of the month, the batch file called up the personnel office computer and transferred itself. And then they were able to just upload the batch file and have it populate the data fields for those persons' records. And when this worked, the base personnel master sergeant that I had spoken to over there, he immediately wrote this whole thing up, put me in for a medal, and we submitted the process, for the improvement. And they came in and they did official calculations between paper and man hours and ink and this and that and the other thing. They were like, if we implement this Air Force wide, it's going to save about $12 million a year. And they turned around and they looked at me and they said, you're not getting a check for $1.2 million. You can just put that out of your head right now. 10% was supposed to be what they gave you for process improvement ideas. And they were like, no. Okay, but we did save the money. The process is in place. The process has probably changed somewhat now, since the networks are all intertwined and everything like that. But that process that process became the process and was the process for several years to come. There are so many places we can save money in the military without cutting the personnel. It's just ridiculous that we think, I get it. Personnel are the big factors. It's recurring. It's every month with the payroll. You can't even say the insurance because, they get taken care of on base. So it's, I don't know what they do now. I've been out for way too long. I'm not as familiar with the process as I used to be, but nobody in the military is hurting for health care. And if they are, shame on the military, because that's one of the very few things that they are supposed to do and do right. And I just, going back, it's just, it was the wrong idea at the wrong time. And you can push back further. Some of you old timers out there, I don't know if Andrew's listening or not. I don't know if Andrew's with us in this country tonight or not. But Even Andrew's not old enough to remember the Kennedy years. I don't think he is anyway. I don't think he's that old. But Kennedy wanted to push taxes on Americans. And when he saw what it was doing to the economy and to the country, he reversed course and he implemented tax cuts. And many in his party would have thrown him under a bus for that. He knew that what he did was wrong to start with, and when he reversed course, the Democrats were livid with Kennedy over that. So, again, not everybody has great ideas. Doesn't make them a bad person. You can think what you want to about Kennedy or Bush or Daddy Bush or Reagan or Ford or Carter or Clinton or the divider-in-chief Barack Obama. Look, for my money, he will always be a piece of shit. He was a piece of shit before he was a senator. He was a piece of shit while he was in the Senate. And he was a piece of shit when he got elected, and he's still a piece of shit. I don't know if I can stress that enough. Can I stress that enough?
I think you might have gotten your point across. Maybe,
okay.
Maybe just one more time, call him a piece of shit for old time's sake.
He is a piece of shit.
There we go. Now we got
it. During the primary season before he was elected, I was standing in my kitchen. I could not see the television. I heard him speaking, and I yelled out, "Who is that lying sack of shit?"
Dude,
Little did I know that it would be that way for many years to come.
Dude, I remember, just like a lot of folks, he was not the guy that I wanted to win. But then I'm sitting there and I'm listening to him give his speech and saying all the flowery kind of pretty things in the beginning, and then after he figured most of the normal white folk went to bed, the speech kind of changed.
Oh yeah,
I was like,
he got his hot sauce out, and
what the hell did we just do? But
yeah,
I mean, I had terrible experience with that administration before it was ever even sworn in, because like I said, as soon as everybody knew he won the election, the economy started going to shit.
Oh yeah,
hadn't even been sworn in yet, and everybody's like, "Yeah, we're packing up and going away." What the hell? What the hell?
I mean, yeah, and I think he was fully aware that was going on. And I thought that
that's the worst part about it. He was saying all kinds of shit that didn't come out until years later about how, if you want to try to disrupt a country, what you do is you just rake enough shit in the middle of the street and let everybody start fighting over it.
Right. But he also, I think he was aware that people had become hip to that very quickly, and he didn't push too hard, because if you remember his first 2 years in office, they held the House and the Senate too. The Democrats did. And what did they accomplish? Not jack shit.
The Abominable Care Act.
I literally, that is the only thing they accomplished, and they did it at 2 a.m. on Christmas Eve night. They snuck in, they took the vote and passed it. And
with Gam Pelosi thing, we won't actually know what's in it until we pass it. That's how this works.
That's right. Now pour me another martini. Yeah, bitch. She's got to go away. But she can now, because she got her hand-selected communists now to run the party. So,
oh yeah, she's on her way out. She's already told everybody she's never running again. So.
Yeah, she doesn't have to worry about it because God knows when that communist Hakeem Jeffries becomes Speaker of the House, we're fucked. And I've told you guys before, it's going to happen. Even against all odds, let's say they don't retake the House in the midterms. They're going to get the House again one day. And he will still be there. And he will be the Speaker. And he is a fucking communist. And we will be screwed.
Hopefully by then you and I aren't here anymore, so it won't matter anyway. Hopefully.
Fingers crossed, brother. Fingers crossed.
And I don't mean that I hope we check out soon. I mean, I hope it takes a long, 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 long time for that to happen.
I'd be good either way. I mean,
I'm not. I have a lot of things I still want to do.
So. I have things I want to do too, but you know what? If you're gone, you can't worry about them.
This is true.
So, yeah.
Well, we kind of blew through your break window because I kept waiting for you to stop talking and it never happened. So.
Oh well, you know, I mean, I've had weeks pent up. So I mean, do we need to break or should we just push on?
No, we only got 15 minutes left anyway. We might as well just push on.
I am sniffling. I'm sorry for that.
No, it's all right. I figured I'd give you a break for a second and talk about, you know, how it. And Al made this point earlier on X, and I thought it was absolutely an amazing point to make. It's almost
Please
like
share.
with the release of the new food pyramid information, it's almost like they managed to get all the lobbyists out of our wallet when it comes to food in less than a year.
Isn't that funny? I mean, we need to go back to like a 1903 diet.
We're pretty damn close now. I mean, they're back to polyunsaturated fats being good. They're telling you to eat eggs. They're telling you to eat meat.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Limit the extra sugary snacks, limit the extra sugary cereal. You know, I mean, as much as I don't like a nanny state, this is one form of at least a bit of a nanny state that I can get behind because, you know, and this is something that I've noticed from going from being a kid to a parent to a grandparent. When I was a kid, and even part of the time when I was raising my kids because of how old they are now, it was pretty simple. I can't believe you're feeding them this stuff. And I'm like, why not? I used to eat it. And now I'm looking at everything and like McDonald's, their French fries have like 6 ingredients and it's French fries. French fries don't need 6 ingredients. And as a matter of fact, one of them should never be formaldehyde. And it is.
That is a definite thing. There should only be 3 ingredients in French fries.
You would think.
The potato, some salt, and the oil to fry it in.
Some beef tallow to fry it in.
Or tallow to fry it in, or duck fat, whatever. You know, I mean, duck fats. Oh my God.
I don't know. Every time anybody says duck fat, I remember the time that Jen Homestead tried to say duck fat and it came out duck fat.
Fat. Yes. That is so funny. That's such a you know, I hate to be stereotypical, but that's such a good Asian name, Dick Fat.
It's like, have you seen the new video meme that's going around talking about Vietnamese names?
I have not.
She's like, this is my uncle Dun Ho. This is my aunt Shi Ho.
I did see I don't know if he's Vietnamese or Japanese or Chinese, but anyway, he said, my name is Yu. He said, and I could beat the hell out of my parents for that. And he said, you know, it's caused some very like who's on first moments in my life. And if you think that's bad, they named my sister Wee. And I was rolling on my ass, man. The dude is so funny.
Well, that reminds me, and I can't think of his name right now, but the Asian dude who grew up in Tennessee, so he talks like fucking Johnny Cash.
Oh no, I gotta find him.
I cannot think of his name for the life of me, but one of my favorite bits he ever did was he's talking about the time that, you know, he actually and this time his wife made him go. He's like, my daughter got called into the principal's office, and this time my wife made me go because she said I needed.
No, it's the same guy. It's
Is
the
that him?
same guy. I heard that bit. Yes.
Same guy. Yeah, no.
Same guy.
I guess he's using a different name professionally because I've never heard him say his name was you before. But
Oh, well, I think that was just part of the bit.
could have been. But yeah, it was funny because he was like, his daughter got called into the principal's office for making an inappropriate joke. So after they're all done, he was like, I only have one question. Did you time it right?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Am I in trouble? No. Yeah. Oh, God. Listen at us rolling on about this crap.
Well, I mean,
So
we are just coming off a holiday, and we've already talked about all the serious crap. So
yeah, and truly, we hope, at least I do. I mean, okay, I know I made the little snarky comment back around the holidays about don't drink and drive because somebody loves you. It's not me, but there's somebody out there that does. Yes, I said that. But we do hope you had a good holiday, and took time with friends and family and just unwind from the world around us because it gets to be tedious at times. It really does. And I personally enjoyed the time off. I missed being here, but I enjoyed the time away. I just didn't think there was a whole lot of sense in trying to do a Christmas Eve program or a New Year's Eve program. I just don't think there would have been much of an audience for that. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Y'all can tell me. It's TCC_Grouchy on Twitter. So let me know. Maybe next year I schedule differently. But it's good to step away for a little while and touch the grass and let whatever pollen is in the air infect your nose and give you runny nose. And
dude, this is not supposed to be a thing in fucking January, yo.
Hey, look, we are on the roller coaster here, dude. It is like 70. It was 76 today here. We're going to be 77 tomorrow. We're going to be like 77 on Friday. And then we get hit on Saturday. They say we're going to have rain until about lunchtime. And then Sunday's high is 52.
Dude, I'm having to take my springtime allergy medicine in December and January.
It is killing me. Killing me. And, there's not a damn thing. We go from spring one week to hard winter the next. And, we did this over the holidays too. And I got one decent day where I could set all the saws up on the driveway and get some work done in the house. So I'm still lagging on my work here in the house. But when I finally do finish this, and I'm hoping to get some good weather on the upcoming long weekend for Martin Luther King Day.
Careful, you're about to have Amish giving you an earful about goblins if you're not careful.
I just want some good weather and get this project knocked out, because the next project that I will be starting when this is done is officially building my workshop.
Yeah.
So, yes, it's not going to be as big as I would like it to be, just simply because of the restrictions of the property. But I'm gonna build me a little 16 by 24 workshop, and I will be able to work in inclement weather and all that good stuff in the future. So, looking forward to that.
Nice.
Have a place to put my saws, so I'm not set up in the garage and worrying about sawdust all over the car and everything that's in the garage. And
yeah, I'm still working on getting a place put behind my place, because I'm still trying to figure out if I'm going to put the kids back in that one or give them the big house and me move back there. But no matter what I do, one of those rooms is about to be my studio.
I hear you. Well, I'm gonna get this thing. I'm gonna get this thing dropped, and I don't have to. I don't have to do it all at once. But I started pricing them. I was like, it'd just be so much easier if I could bring a ready-made in here and just drop it on skids and go. But I can build this 16 by 24 for about $4,000, and that is literally the cheapest ready-made I found that I could have brought in is 10,000.
Yeah.
So I can't justify that extra money when I can go out there and shoot the nails myself. And, I can build the floor one day. I can put frame walls up one day. I can put roof gables up in a day. And then I just got to worry about sheathing it and siding and the roof. And, I can do each of those things in a day. So,
well, shit, when you're done with yours, pack up your tools and come up here. You a few days, I can feed you and beer you while you're building my shit.
You can scotch me.
Whatever works. I'll pay for good scotch if you're building my shit.
I mean, what are you looking to have built? How big?
I don't know. I'm just giving you a hard time. I hadn't
because I don't do electrical though. So you got to have your own electrical.
I got a guy for that. The guy that got me up and running here is like, anytime you ever need any help with that kind of stuff, just call me. So yeah.
Good. Because I'm gonna have to hire somebody to power my shed up. So, the first year I may have to wait. I may have to put like a portable power station in there and run stuff off of that.
Hey, whatever works.
But I found this cool little coupler thing that goes on the side of the shed. You just drill a 2-inch hole, put some silicone on the inside of it, stick it to the wall, screw it in place, and it's electrical receptacle. You run an extension cord from the garage to the shed, and it has pigtails on the inside that you can connect stuff to.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No permit needed.
You started talking about drilling holes in silicone, and I thought this conversation was going to be going a different way. But
well, we missed the window on the Diddy talk, so.
Going back to the whole Venezuela thing, that was actually probably two of my most favorite memes I've seen about this were from the same thing, and it was
the prison picture.
Him and Diddy sharing a cell, and one of them said, "Don't worry, they took my oil too." Or
I saw it.
Diddy was behind him on another one, said, "That's all right, baby. I got some oil for you." I don't know. I don't know which one I liked more.
That's hilarious.
But
that's funny.
We should probably wrap up because we're almost at the top of the hour, and I got to go hang out with G. I got to go hang out with.
Okay. Ross. Well, again, that'll be the show. If you like it, tell your friends. Thanks, Rick, for hanging out. And if your friends like it, you need new ones, of course. But you can join. They and you can join us right here on Wednesday nights on KLRNRadio or live here on X, as it were, and come enjoy the Conservative Curmudgeon Show. I'm the damn grouch that hosts this thing. So, peace.
I mean, everybody knows we need a better class of friends. They've seen our friends.
Exactly. Working on it.
I hate this place. Nothing works here. The medications don't work. I've been here for 7 years.
Here's to you. Feel the grass. 'Cause the last few nights have kicked my ass. If they give you hell, tell them go fuck themselves. Here's to us. Here's to us. Here's to us. Here's to us. Here's to us.
Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNRadio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNRadio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same.
And you are now back behind enemy lines. Hey there, how you doing, everybody? Happy New Year, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. How's everybody doing? Josh Galloway here with you. Ross, you're sporting a new... What's this all about?
I'm trying to send a message to any of us. You know what you have to do this year.
I mean, I'm not against it. I'll say that much. Something we'll certainly get into. I mean, does the sentiment? Oh my God, the shine. Does the sentiment even extend to Nancy Mace? Because I know you have vendetta there as well, don't you?
Oh, I am no Nancy Mace fan, by the way, and I know that we're not going to really talk a lot about South Carolina tonight, people. But ever since that little kerfuffle over in the airport, she's in last place in the polls in South Carolina for the governor's race. So we might be able to get rid of her this year too.
Oh my goodness. Well, obviously we're setting up the themes for the new year, but we do have a good friend coming in to join us right now.
So I want to thank you all for being here. And now, who am I introducing next? Who's next?
Me, that's who. Wait, where'd the volume go? I can't hear you guys anymore. What just happened? That's weird.
But that's okay. How is
Wait, there you are.
There we go.
Got it.
Hey, he got the shit to work. Look at that. How you doing?
That wasn't
man?
me. That wasn't me. I just stopped fucking with it.
It wasn't me. Well, I thought we saw you on the counter. It wasn't you. Saw you banging on the sofa. It wasn't you.
It wasn't me.
Anyway,
how you doing?
Listen, Happy New Year, man. It's been a minute.
Happy New Year. Yeah, well, it's been a crazy few months for me. I had a lot of stuff going sideways. So.
Okay. Do you want to share? Is this therapy now? Is this what we do here? I mean,
no therapy. But one of the reasons you haven't heard from me much is I lost my kid brother in November, so my life's been kind of sideways.
Crap! Way to bring the shit down, man. We're looking to have some fun.
You're welcome.
Lighten the mood. Very sorry for your loss, man. Yeah, that sucks. We've got people pouring into the room right now, guys. If you want to hang out with us in the chat, we're not all those hoity-toity shows where you got to do a super chat to like participate with us. Hang out with us. We'll be checking the chats regularly. If you want to just chill and do whatever, we're happy to hear what you guys have to say. Of course, if you do a super chat, we will certainly appreciate that and put you to the top of the line. And of course, as I'm trying to help out and get you guys participating, we get Ross saying that. Great. See, 2026 is going to be a lot like 2025. Whatever, man. So, as people are rolling in, and I'm glad to see you rolling, guys. Whatever. We're going to be talking about a lot of different topics, as you see in the description of the video. We got a lot of the M's going on. We got Mamdani. We got Minnesota. We got all the other miscreants going on. of Maduro throw in there as well. There's a lot going on, but I do have some breaking news right now. I don't know if you guys know this, but Maduro has been transferred from New York to DC. In fact, we got some late breaking news on this. Check this out. That's where he's being held now. I don't know if that
would be perfect if that was actually a thing.
I don't know if that makes Trump Jabba or Vader, but either way, that's where he is. And yeah, it's this whole Maduro thing has really thrown a monkey wrench in the works of the left, guys. We haven't talked about what happened with this overnight action by the DOJ with the assistance of the military and the Department of War. Ross, first thoughts on this whole thing. What do you make of all this?
Of what specifically with the Department of War?
Well, what did you think about the planning of the action itself, and why people are losing their ever-loving minds about it?
Well, I mean, I'm actually very curious to hear what Rick thinks about this. But, you know, as usual, the Trump administration doesn't do the best job of communicating. Yes, the Department of War had obviously a major role in this, but this was a lot like the Noriega one, which I'm not saying whether or not I agree with this tactic, but they were indicted by a federal court in the United States and wind up with arrest warrants, right? So, how can the FBI or the U.S. Marshals go get them without the Department of War supporting them? So, yeah, I don't know what to make of it. Obviously, flawless. It was a great operation. Clearly, there was coordination prior to, and I don't mean just training for the Department of War. I mean, there's no way they got in there, knew exactly where he would be. We didn't take any casualties. Intelligence agencies were working with people on the ground in Venezuela, obviously, to turn over Maduro. And then I guess the question that has to be asked at some point in the future is, Democrats always claim they want people to have due process. Well, Trump listened, and now they got this guy indicted, and they went and got him so he can stand trial with a lawyer here instead of just getting a drone attack and killing him.
Yeah, well, I can add a little backfill on the legal end of things about why this actually does have precedent. And you mentioned Manuel Noriega and what happened in 1990. So just real quick before we get to Rick's reaction, the whole thing about the legality of all this is that there is substantial precedent with this action. Like Maduro, Manuel Noriega was not a head of state. It was not a legally recognized head of state. In fact, the Biden administration didn't recognize Maduro as a head of state in Venezuela because of the election that took place, an independently verified election that took place. And yeah, he's not a head of state. So you can go in there and you can get him if you have the permission from the government, or even if you don't. We didn't have permission to go get Noriega, but we did have a warrant, just like we had indictment and warrants out for Maduro. So as far as whether or not this was legal or not, the 11th Circuit in U.S. versus Noriega said, if you're not a head of state, you don't get that immunity. And that's why all these phony baloney comparisons about what are we going to go after, the Prime Minister of Canada? Are we going to go after this one and that one? Are we going for Putin? No, because they're all recognized heads of state and they have that immunity under the law. One comment I want to highlight here. This is from, and forgive me for, I have to switch to see it. IB things, stuff more. 9513, why would American laws apply off American soil? That's not how it works. I assume you wanted to say, come on, man. Well, we can talk about the international law in a second, but again, the treaties or the international law involving heads of state are different than they are when you are not a head of state, when you are a usurper, when you are a narco-terrorist dictator. So, Rick, go ahead. I'll let you talk here, and we'll put this comment up. Go ahead.
So one of the things that I absolutely love about this is what a difference 5 years makes, because in 2020, every single Democrat was screaming and yelling about how this was an illegal election and he shouldn't be recognized. And why isn't Donald Trump doing anything about this? And 5 years plus later, Donald Trump does something about it. Now, all of a sudden, they've kidnapped President Maduro. 5 years ago, you said he wasn't president. Why are you using that?
Oh, he's not president. Don't call him president. He is not a president. In fact, he lost an election. He's not a president.
But yeah, no, I mean, seriously, it's just funny watching them because, like I said, 5 years ago, every single one of them, even Chris the Cheese Square Murphy all over X was talking about how Donald Trump wasn't doing enough about Maduro. And then now 5 years later, Trump does something about Maduro and the Cheese Squares all over CNN and PMS Now screaming that this was an illegal action, blah, 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 blah. First of all, look, let's again discuss the War Powers Act of 1970, whatever the hell year it was, because the president is allowed to do intermittent action, even if it involves heavy artillery and everything else, for a certain amount of time before he has to go to Congress. So even if we're willing to say this was a military action, which it was not, this was the enforcement of a warrant with military backup was all it was. We were in and out inside of an hour. I said this because I didn't even know this was happening, because this was during the time that I was unplugged, and I came back and this was like the next day and everything was blowing up. And I'm like, dude, there's only 3 times in history that I've ever heard of anything going anywhere near this quickly. One was the 6-Day War in Israel. Then there was sometime in 1840 something when Britain invaded some tiny little pissant country and kicked their ass in 34 minutes.
And well, this was definitely no pissant country. I mean, from what I understand, Maduro was in a bunker, basically, on a military base. Again, I really admire the planning and the execution by our armed forces, Ross. This was freaking clean. No one got hurt. No one was killed on our end. In and out overnight. I mean, this is impressive.
Flawless, right? Me personally, I'm not like the whole due process and legal precedent. I don't care about any of that either. I'm okay with a drone strike, right? Like, and I'm okay. Like, first of all, let's just set the table real quick for anyone that might be thinking this. There is no such thing as international law, right? That's not a real thing. People keep mentioning this and claiming that what we're doing is illegal, right? Like, the president is the commander in chief. He can absolutely use military force because it's not a declaration of war. He didn't declare war in Venezuela. The president uses the military for limited operations. So this is well within his Article 2 powers. There is no such thing as international law. I actually wish that, Maduro was not sitting in New York, that will face a New York jury and possibly get found not guilty. That would be the biggest disaster that can possibly come from any of this, right? And I just want to say this real quick too, because I said this a few shows ago, and I just want to make sure it's on the record again. I truly don't believe that the Trump administration is doing any of this over oil or drugs. Okay, like those are good stories, and
come on, no, hold on.
I'm going to say back. I think that this guy Maduro is going to cut a deal, and the 2020 stolen election runs right through Venezuela. And that is the only reason why, whether it's true or not, that Trump would do something like this, right? Because otherwise he would have started in Colombia or Mexico, right? That's the only thing that makes sense. And to take him alive, because that makes no sense.
Yeah, well, I'm going to push back on a second, but I do want to address some of the things that IB Things Sophomore 9513 is saying, because honestly, I can understand his take. I get it. He's saying that the first one on the screen, it's not even Iraq with Congress's blessing, not even that illegal. Why don't you care about the law? I do care about the law, and that's why I looked up the law. And I actually put a link to the law in the chat for the case of U.S. versus Noriega and how this is legal. You can certainly read about it. Now, if you want to go and say, I hate the Constitution, you're certainly free to think that. I don't mind. I got big shoulders. Not as big as I used to, because I'm down 30 pounds from the last show, which is freaking awesome, by the way. But yeah. And then we get funny comments like this. I'm on a strict diet of salted peas. Do I have any recommendations. I've actually been on a soup diet for the past 2.5, 3 months, and I've dropped down to the lowest weight I've been at since high school. So it doesn't look like it, but there's being progress made there. I would recommend that for you, my friend. Krygon Jin 7692. So
I just realized that was Ross yelling. I just realized that was Ross yelling at somebody else about knowing nothing about the Constitution. I was about to get cranky.
Oh yeah, well, no, I mean, listen. You can battle it out in the chat all you want, but I do.
Well, no,
I thought
somebody else in the chat was saying that the three of us didn't know anything about the Constitution. I'm
like, between the three of us, we know some. We know a thing or three, basically. Hey, Jerifax 51, thank you, man or woman. I don't want to misgender you. This is not the kind of show. I appreciate the encouragement. So listen, I want to push back on what Ross was saying about the oil and how this isn't about oil. Well, listen, it certainly isn't about getting a good recipe for arepas. It is about oil, but it is also about geopolitical balance. Russia is there in Venezuela for the oil. China is there for the oil. Everyone and their mother is there for the oil in Venezuela. So let's not pretend that this is all altruism. We need to get paid off in one way or another for this action. So, yeah, it is about the oil. It may not be primarily and only about the oil, but it certainly is about geopolitical positioning and certainly domestic policy as well, as people have been saying in the chat. Biden talked a good game about Venezuela and did nothing. Trump accomplished it. Ross, I'll let you get the reply on that, and then we'll.
Listen, I agree with you. I'm saying oil is not the primary motivating factor, right? It's definitely part of it. Don't forget, like, you could put my conspiracy theory election stuff aside for a second, but also don't forget that Maduro and Chavez both refused to take illegal immigrants back when we were deporting them, right? Don't think that didn't irk Trump since he took office again, right? He made it very clear that they're going to take their rapists, murderers, insane asylum, the people that they sent here, Nicaragua, they're all going back. And that definitely pissed him off too. And Trump is on record forever saying that when we do these foreign adventures and regime change, that we shouldn't have to pay for it out of pocket. And if a place has oil or minerals or some other natural resource, we should absolutely take them, quote unquote, to pay for this thing, right? And that's exactly what he's doing. So was oil the reason? Was that the primary motivating factor? No, but it definitely helps, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean,
well, I will say.
Go ahead, Greg.
Go ahead. No.
Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say. I will say this. It is about oil, but not in the way everybody wants to think. Because think about this for a second. Where does China get 70% of its oil? Well, 65% of its oil from?
Oh, from Venezuela.
Yeah. Guess where they're not getting oil from anymore? So all these little war games they've been trying to freak Taiwan out about. Guess what you can't do without oil?
Can't run military.
I have never in my life ever not unironically said that I feel like Trump is playing 4D chess because I hate it when people say this. But if he can actually stick to this, he's neutered China and Russia and made the Western Hemisphere 10 times more safe than it was a week ago.
Yeah, I would certainly agree with that. Or, there could be also a balkanization going on here. We don't know exactly what's going on in Venezuela. But just like I had a little bit of insight into where Maduro is right now, I do know a little something from a birdie of mine about what Trump's ultimate plan is. And here it is, folks. Welcome to the United States of Amazonia. We got some land deals going to be going on. I particularly like the coast of Long Dakota myself. Little Montana, probably a nice little garden spot as well. Where would you want to settle in?
I don't know. I'm kind of thinking South New York looks kind of cool.
I mean, it does come with the stain of the New York name. The People's Republic of New York doesn't get off that easily.
We're trying to redeem it, sir. That's the whole point.
Well, I personally think Little Montana might be a nice place to go. Southern Alaska also sounds kind of cool.
Yeah,
But
Southern Alaska would probably be my second choice because at least then I could be in. I live in Alaska and it's not cold.
But on Long Dakota, come on, come on. Whoever came up with this meme, chef's kiss. Great job, excellent job.
And Gene, real quick on that graphic,
yeah,
right? Because we have like
go ahead.
a good chat going on over here.
Chat is hopping, by the way.
The left, people on the left and people who claim they're not on the left, but they want to claim they're independent or unaffiliated, whatever, right? If you're not to the right of Rush Limbaugh, then you're a leftist, in my view. People on the left side of the spectrum always have a problem when America uses its power in our own national interest, right? So like Venezuela is a good example of that. They have no problem if we go send troops on the ground to stop a quote unquote Holocaust or genocide in Rwanda, right? They'll have no problem sending soldiers there for that. But whenever it's something in our own hemisphere, a guy that's sending drugs and letting our adversaries from another hemisphere into our hemisphere, the leftists always have a problem when an American president uses military force in our own best interest, right? And that's the dead giveaway, right? That's the tell. It's the same thing with the police. When the left has no problem, parading out police officers during the January 6th mostly peaceful protests and saying that they support law enforcement, but then an ICE agent almost gets killed today by a lesbian driving a truck into him, and now all police are batting him. See how the left works.
And we will be getting into that momentarily. But I highlighted this comment here from IB Things. I'm going to use that for short, by the way. I hope you don't mind. And do the Venezuelan innocent people deserve to die? I don't know
when did they die.
But let's talk about the reaction of the Venezuelan people here in America, those refugees, hundreds of thousands of them across the country. I did find this clip from one of those stupid protests in the People's Republic of New York City of a man from Venezuela confronting these protesters. And IB Things comment made me think to play this because, unless I'm mistaken, IB Things, I don't know if you're from Venezuela or not, but this man is, so I think his opinion is worth hearing.
You are not my country. What part of Venezuela you are? 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 You are not from my country. You are from my country. You are not from my country. You are not from my country.
No volverá.
So I think I'll take his position, and I'll say it's a little more credible than any of the protesters out there talking about Venezuela.
Are you saying hysterical liberal white women don't know better than a Venezuelan that fled his country to come here for safety?
I am so glad you mentioned that because I have a great video of hysterical white woman in Michigan, and I want you to watch what happens here. This is a woman who went on TV for an interview to talk about Venezuela, because I'm sure she knows everything about geopolitics and this hemisphere's political balance and all that. I couldn't believe I found this, but check this out. This is from yesterday. And by the way, that previous clip was from freedomnews.tv. Check them out on X at freedomntv. But this clip is coming from a news station in, I believe, Grand Rapids.
This is not just a foreign issue. It's our tax dollars that are also being used to commit these war crimes. It is also the duty of us, the people, to stand against the Trump regime, the Trump administration, that are committing crimes both here in the U.S. and against people in Venezuela. That are also being used to commit these war crimes.
Hang on. I'll get back to that point where we were, but watch what happens after she makes a point here.
The Trump administration that are committing crimes both here in the U.S. and against people in Venezuela.
Now, in the background of this interview, you could see that police car. And now right here, we're showing you video we have. Immediately after the interview finished, Plickta was arrested by 2 Grand Rapids police officers. You can see it in the video. And an officer tells Plickta that she is being arrested for obstructing a roadway and failure to obey a lawful command from a police officer. You can see as she's taken away in that car, she was issuing a number of messages about...
Chef's kiss. Dun, dun, dun. I absolutely love that. That was freaking fantastic.
Well, so I don't know who the officers were, but I want to give them kudos for actually enforcing the law about not being able to block a roadway. That would solve so many problems if people would just start going back to, actually enforcing the laws as written.
Yeah. By the way, IB Things, we care because the name of the channel is Buffoon of the Week. And we love pointing and laughing at buffoons. It's part of what we do. You're new here, so you'll get used to it. But yeah, I absolutely love seeing things like that. But Ross, these protesters, what exactly are they protesting? What's the deal here?
Bro, do they know? Honestly, first of all, on any given day of the week, on a weekday, how do these people not have something else better to do? Jobs, families, like they always find themselves in the streets, always with free time, always speaking like some of our people in the chat, like, unconstitutional or whatever. Like they have no clue of what they're actually talking about. Couldn't point to like Venezuela on a map if they had to. It's just really astonishing that so many people in our country who are quote unquote educated have such strong opinions about things that they know nothing about at all.
Yeah.
I love how the new person keeps pointing out that they don't feel like we know anything about the Constitution. I'm really confused by this.
I mean, listen, it's a conclusory statement that has no basis in fact whatsoever. I happen to be an attorney, by the way, for those of you who may be new to the channel. Ross has, I believe you have a master's degree, and you also are a lifelong member of the military, and you are familiar with the Uniform Code of Military Justice, familiar with your constitutional duties. Rick has also served in law enforcement as well and has upheld the Constitution, sworn an oath to it as well. You're looking at 3 oath keepers, in a sense, of people who have supported to defend the Constitution in one way or another. We've read it multiple times. I will assure you of that. I want to get to this clip because we talked about how stupid the protesters were, right? This is from the independent journalist Nate Friedman. You may have been seeing him on social media. I know I see him a lot on Instagram. Let's talk about the stupidity of these protesters right now.
I'm organized with the Revolutionary Communists of America. We're out here to say hands off Venezuela, and we unequivocally stand with the people of Venezuela against U.S. imperialist aggression.
What do you think about the people of Venezuela celebrating on the streets?
What?
What?
I love it. Yeah, these are what we call NPCs, right? These are people who are out there getting paid to protest, showing up, and yeah, I just love that reaction. I need to see it one more time.
People of Venezuela celebrating on the streets.
What? And then Nate Friedman now has to explain it to him what reality is for Venezuelans.
What do you think about the people of Venezuela celebrating on the streets today?
I saw images of Venezuelans being bombed after the U.S., bombed Caracas. So I'm not sure what you're talking about, but yeah, I think you should definitely
show me the bombings that you're talking about. I didn't see any.
I don't know. I just saw it on Reddit. It was on the front page of the internet.
Reddit.
So
Okay.
I don't know.
But what do you think about the people celebrating? The hundreds of thousands of people.
And this is the brain rot of this younger protest generation. I just saw it on Reddit, guys. That's where I'm getting my news from, Reddit. Are you kidding me? Ross, I know you're no longer in the People's Republic of New York City, but this is, it's the cause du jour, right? It's the same people who show up for the same things. They put away their Palestinian flags and they exchange it for a Venezuelan flag or a Ukrainian flag or a Somalian flag or whatever the case may be. And we end up with these cause heads. That's what they called them back in the day, at least when I was in college, who just pick up the cause of the day and they run with it.
Well, cause heads or low testosterone males and hysterical white women. That is, let's just be honest, right? That's the group. If you look at it, like, did you see the way the guy was wearing his hat with his bangs sticking out? Like, that's not your typical guy that you'd like to hang out and have a beer with, right? The guy is a loser. He goes to some liberal college, most likely. Very low testosterone, and he just goes out and says whatever Rachel Maddow says. Like, it's embarrassing.
I'm gonna go back to the clip and then we'll get Rick's thoughts.
I have yet to see it. Can you show me that?
Yeah.
Sure. U.S. imperialism.
People celebrating on the streets here. What do you think about that?
I mean, at the end of the day, I stand with the people of Venezuela against U.S. imperialism. The U.S. has no right to bomb the people of Venezuela. The U.S. has no right to kidnap another
Why are they all
another.
celebrating? Why are they celebrating?
You know, I don't know. Do you have a correspondent there who can ask? I'm here demonstrating against. I'm here demonstrating against U.S. imperialism and the U.S. intervention.
Is this AI though? These images of everybody
I don't
celebrating?
know. You're the one showing me the video, so let me know. You're showing me the source.
I don't know. I don't think it's AI because it's being published by multiple news organizations. So just what are your thoughts on it?
I'm here protesting U.S. intervention,
I understand that.
U.S. imperialism, and U.S. capitalism.
And that's why he's an NPC. I stand with the people of Venezuela against U.S. imperialism. That's the only thing he can say. It's his stock answer.
Well, he threw in that last bit about capitalism. So my thoughts on this, and this is to kind of address some of what's going on in the chat. Everybody's acting like we had no reason to go in and do what we did in the first place. One, dude had a warrant. Two, everybody forgets that when the guy before this idiot nationalized their oil industry, they stole a bunch of our shit. We had the mineral rights there. We negotiated them. They stole them from us. So these are the same people that keep telling us that we shouldn't be on this land anymore because we stole it from the Indians. Well, guess what? That asshole stole our mineral rights and we went in and took them back. Why are you not cheering?
Yeah. Hey Ross, you wanna respond to this comment? Why this guy talking about low testosterone? Do it, man. Tell everybody. Inquiring minds want to know.
I just responded to him. I'm the next one down. Eat a dick, soy boy.
Okay. It's getting rowdy in the chat. And listen, by the way, everybody in the chat, we respect your opinions, even the wrong ones. It's totally okay. And I'm glad that you're here with us to discuss it because we don't want to live in an echo chamber. We want to hear what you people are out there saying, even the wrong ones we want to hear. So you're more than welcome to stay. You're more than welcome to subscribe. I will not shy away. As you've been seeing, we've been posting comments from people who don't agree with us. And I hope you hang out with us. Everybody, I hope you're here to subscribe to the channel. Hit the notification bell so you don't miss any other shows. Like, follow wherever you are, whether it be on YouTube, on Rumble, on X, where we are simulcasting everywhere. Got a nice, robust chat, and I'm loving every minute of it. So that's
Gene
the first
is,
M.
Gene,
Go ahead.
Gene's a much nicer guy than me. If you don't agree with me, I hope terrible things happen to you.
And that's why the show has balance. That's how we're able to balance everything out together. So, so we got two more M's to go with. We got Minnesota or Mamdani tonight. I do want to touch on every subject because, again, this is our first show back. A lot of shit's been going on. Let's get to as much as we can. Let's span the globe as much as we can. Oh, wait. Yes, Mamdani. That's my Brooklyn accent right there talking. I do want to get to his inauguration speech and that one line that everybody has been talking about with Mamdani. Let's check this out right now.
For too long, those fluent in the good grammar of civility have deployed decorum to mask agendas of cruelty. Many of these people have been betrayed by the established order, but in our administration, their needs will be met. Their hopes and dreams and interests will be reflected transparently in government. They will shape our future. And if for too long these communities have existed as distinct from one another, we will draw this city closer together. We will replace the frigidity of rugged individualism with the warmth of collectivism. If our campaign demonstrated that the people of New York yearn for solidarity, then let this government foster it. Because no matter what you eat, how you pray, or where you come from, the words that most define us are the two we all share: New Yorkers.
Yeah, it sounds like a nice, neat little package there. But, man, that is a scary, scary beginning to the Mamdani administration. And you know what? The People's Republic of New York, we've called it that for, God, was it 10 years now, pal? More than that?
Over.
Oh, 15 maybe even. I mean, we started doing stuff with different shows, and oh my God, it's been 15 years.
Yeah, it's been 15 years.
Wow. Are you a rugged individualist, Galloway?
I gotta be honest, man. I like Mamdani. I am happy that he won. This is a great experiment in the laboratory of democracy, and I'm looking forward to the outcome. The only thing that I ask, and most of you guys know this already, I have fled New York to an undisclosed location, and we don't want any of you. So, like, if you didn't leave yet, it's too late. Like, now we don't want to screw up the experiment, so we have to see how it turns out. You have to stay. So stay, ride it out, and we'll check back in on you in every year or so.
Yeah, and Rick, the first order of business for the Mamdani experiment is to go after property rights, basically. This is a clip from during the campaign that was on Meet the Press on NBC, so socialists talking to socialists. And check this out. Let's give everybody a refresher about the Mamdani property tax plan.
There's a policy proposal that says your plan, and I'm going to quote it for folks, is to shift the tax burden from overtaxed homeowners in the outer boroughs to more expensive homes in richer and whiter neighborhoods. Explain why you are bringing race into your tax proposal.
That is just a description of what we see right now. It's not driven by race. It's more of an assessment of what neighborhoods are being undertaxed versus overtaxed.
So no plans to change that language on your website.
The focus here is to actually ensure a fair property tax system, and that the use of that language is just an assessment of the neighbor.
Everybody likes to talk about fairness. They cloak their socialism and their failed ideas in the warmth of fairness. Rick, your thoughts?
Well, as my grandfather always pointed out to me, there is no such thing as fair in life unless you're in Oklahoma in September, because that's when the state fair comes. That's the only fairness you're ever going to take. But
wow,
I will say this. I will say this.
Before you continue, the Galloway, the bar for jokes for 2026 has been set really low by Rick. We're all going to be able to hop over it anytime soon. So just wanted to
it's early. It's early.
Hey, I had to set the bar low. It's the beginning of the year. I don't want you guys to straighten yourselves. But
yeah,
so
measuring expectations, yes.
But back to this thing about the fairness of property taxes and going after white neighborhoods. What I really, really love is the awful that he's put in charge of some of this. Who's now talking about how property ownership is a sign of white supremacy while she's living in a $1.5 million home that she owns.
Oh, are you talking about CEO Weaver?
Yeah, I can't remember her name, but that sounds
yes. Good. Well, let's show everybody what Rick is talking about.
I think the reality is that for centuries we've really treated property as an individualized good and not a collective good, and we are going to transitioning to treating it as a collective towards a model of shared equity will require that we think about it differently, and it will mean that families, especially white families, but some POC families who are homeowners as well, are going to have a different relationship to property than the one that we currently have.
We're transitioning, Galloway, to a different type of relationship with property. You will own nothing.
What is it with leftists and the word transition?
Gene, for the rest of the show, I want you to talk in that up talk way that she was talking. For the rest of the show, we're going to talk like that because it makes me sound so much smarter. Fucking moron. So let me just say something. A lot of times, liberals are right for the wrong reasons. Property taxes are fundamentally unfair, right? There's really nothing else you could think of that you buy property, land, a house, and then have to pay the government every year for the right to live on your property or in your house, right? So they're right just for the wrong reasons. Governor DeSantis wants to eliminate property taxes because they are fundamentally unfair. Once I buy this good or product or home from another private person, why do I have to pay the government every year for the right to keep it? It doesn't make any sense.
Absolutely right.
So we'll experiment in New York, and we'll let white people pay higher property taxes, and we'll see how that turns out. I'm okay with it. Let's do it.
And the experiment, Rick, also includes Mamdani interceding into a private bankruptcy proceeding involving a landlord who's selling his property because of violations on the property, and he doesn't want it to transfer to another landlord with those same violations. And also with having property hearings where the People's Republic of New York City will be taking property away from people that they think shouldn't be owning that property anymore. What an experiment,
right.
huh?
Well, one of my favorite things about the whole supposed New York City slumlords is there's already enough rent control going on in that area that half the reason why the buildings are falling apart is because they can't charge enough to be able to have people in them and be able to repair them. Now Mamdani thinks he's going to be able to come in with some sort of a magic wand and make it all better. If that were the case, then I wouldn't have already heard 150 some odd people complaining on social media the day that the now free subway system went up to $3.
Oh, it's not a free subway system. It's never been a free subway system. They want to do the free buses is what they want to do. It's not even the subways know it's too much of a cash cow for them to want that. You know.
Well,
and by the way, if you want to sit and piss, then you should pay for that privilege. I'm sorry, I stepped all over you, pal. Go ahead, say what you said.
No, I was going to say at one point he was saying it about the subway system too, but I don't know if it was the buses or the subways, but I saw something went up like 2 days after he was sworn in, and everybody's like, "Holy shit!"
Yeah. Meanwhile, for those of you who don't know, the mayor does not control the MTA. It is a state authority. While they have some say on who gets to sit on the MTA board, Mamdani can't control Hochul and the MTA board itself. But enough about the wonk.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm going to have to request that you call her. I'm going to have to request that you call her by her actual name. That's Governor Hoochie Cooch. Thank you very much.
I would not even want to visualize that. I don't know why you would want. Wow, look at that. Half the audience just dropped off because of that. God damn it. Anyways,
you're welcome.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Time to get to the final M, and that is for the theme of the show, Minnesota. Whole lot shaking in Minnesota, especially today as we are streaming this live, talking about the shooting that occurred in Minneapolis involving an ICE agent and a woman in an SUV. And depending upon who you believe, one side is saying that this is a cold-blooded murder. The other side is saying that this is an act of self-defense. Gentlemen, I'm not going to play the video of the incident on here because I don't want to get booted off of YouTube. We like talking to people. And maybe we'll, I'll put it up on Rumble later or whatever. But
it's already on YouTube, so it'd be interesting to see you get kicked off for something that's already there. But
listen, I don't want to risk it. I kind of like broadcasting to the people that we're talking to right now. I like talking to everybody. I'm the nice guy, remember? Really, I am. But I'm sure you've all seen the video. Ross, I'm going to start with you. Your reaction to that news and what you saw in that video.
Everybody saw the video. Clearly justified shooting. But what I want to say is this, especially for the people out there that, we don't know anything about the Constitution. This is clearly, by the way, what's going on.
He's got a grudge. Yes.
But this is very clearly insurrection. There is no better textbook definition than this, what's going on in Minnesota right now. You have state and local government officials openly saying that they're not going to acknowledge the supremacy clause of the United States, right? They want, to quote Mayor Frey, his message to ICE is to get the fuck out of Minnesota, get out of Minneapolis, right? They're encouraging these people to go out there and do what happened today, which led to that lesbian rioter's death. She tried to run over an ICE officer. She fucked around and found out, and now she's gone, right? Lesson learned. When the police surround your vehicle until you get out of the car, you don't put it in drive and try to run one of them down. And I just want to say this, Gene. A recent Supreme Court decision said that Trump could not preemptively activate or federalize National Guard soldiers to assist ICE. They actually said, which I thought was interesting, that he has to exhaust regular forces first, which means the Marine Corps, the United States Army, the 101st Airborne Division, right? And I do think Trump is going to take them up on this, right? Because you can't have federal law enforcement officers going into localities to enforce federal law. And not only do you have a population of leftists that are fighting them, openly fighting them, but you have the state and local government officials encouraging them and also participating in it, right? This is open insurrection. This is a rebellion. It has to be put down.
Rick, take over. You can go from here, man.
The mayor of Minneapolis is either a lying hypocrite or just a motherfucking liar, because one of the things that drove me crazy today was him saying, after seeing the video, I can tell you that the whole thing about this being self-defense is bullshit. For those of you that have seen the video, because it's all over the place, you can clearly see that there was an officer trying to reach into the vehicle to get her to turn off the car. What you can't see in that frame is the fact that there was already an officer in front of the vehicle, who's the one that ultimately fired the shot that killed her, in the front of the windshield. And for those of you who don't understand how forensics works, when windshields shatter, when something hits them, you can tell which direction it was coming from based on the spiderweb pattern. Based on where that bullet hit and the pattern of how the glass broke, the officer was standing in front of a vehicle that was speeding towards him when he fired the first shot. That was the one that actually killed her.
Yeah, I love how all the super sleuths were out there trying to look at a video and trying to discern from different angles and everything. Like everyone was Gene Steratore in the NFL, looking at the instant replay of what happened, trying to figure out what happened. When the boots on the ground can tell you enough that the ICE agent involved in the shooting was hospitalized for being struck by a car. In fact, Ross, I believe this was the second time that day he was struck by a vehicle.
It wasn't the second. I don't think it was the second time that day. I know the guy that I think the guy that fired the shot was drugged by a vehicle by like in June, but I don't know if it was.
Oh, okay. So it was a separate incident on a separate day. I sit corrected on that. I don't want to spread no misinformation or disinformation out there.
And it wasn't only the second time that he got drugged, right? Everybody sees the snapshot of the video, and obviously, if you see all the different angles, what Rick is saying is 100% true. What also was going on in the minutes and probably hours prior to that is that there were large crowds forming. Local police were not responding to subdue those crowds. Ambush type blockades were being set up, and that's what this woman was doing. Make no mistake about it, blocking these agents in on narrow streets, right? And they have to get out of there, right? You can't impede federal law enforcement. They created the situation. She put herself in that situation. What I find the ultimate irony, Gene, is that the leftists, some of them in this chat too, I'm sure, that would totally say that Ashley, what's her name?
Babbitt.
Oh my God. Babbitt deserved what she got on January 6th. An unarmed white woman climbing through a window, right, deserved to get shot in the neck and killed by a police officer, right? But this one that was ramming into a federal officer with her car, it was somehow murdered, right? Make that make sense. Square those for me, Gene.
Well, not only that, and I there's no way to square it, by the way. It's just an opposite. But then you have, as you mentioned, Jacob Fry going out there saying this is BS and get the who. Really, man, shut your mouth after all the shit you've been going through this year. Going out saying that he is going to activate the National Guard to confront federal officers. Galloway, you know something about that. That's not how this works. That's actually quite the Jefferson Davis move, actually, when you think about it.
Tim Walz is not a smart man. I think we all knew this already, judging by last year's election. What he's planning on doing is actually going to trigger what the Supreme Court said would allow Trump to federalize the National Guard. If Trump declares an insurrection, which, a state mobilizing its National Guard against the federal government would be, again, textbook definition of an insurrection or a rebellion, could easily federalize them and take control over his forces. So that might be the dumbest thing he proposed doing, and he's proposed a number of dumb things over the last few weeks.
Yeah, and let's get to one of those dumb things, and I'll let you comment on this. This is, of course, after Tim Walz embroiled in scandal with his leering centers that are being funded fraudulently in his state. This is him speaking about what is going to be happening with him in the last 11 months of his administration. If you can follow along with this rambling, rumbling, bumbling, stumbling diatribe is all I can really call it, then you're a better man than me, Rick. Check this out.
The best state. Have I been perfect in this? God dang no. I wasn't perfect as a teacher. I wasn't perfect as a coach. I wasn't perfect as a soldier, but I was pretty damn good at all those things.
Bullshit. Moving on.
And I am committed to getting this right. And I will tell you what. But if they think now, I mean, game's over for them now. It was all me. I was the bad guy or whatever. Well, put up or shut up now and tell us what you're going to do to make this state better. Answer these tough questions. Quit hiding behind this and expect for the next 11 months for me to ride you like you've never been ridden.
Oh, the word choice. Oh, the word choice.
Oh, boy.
We're going to stop it there for a second. Let me get your
all,
initial thoughts, Rick. Go ahead.
I mean, I'm not really afraid of this man saying he's going to ride me for one, because
I am.
No, but I'm not. He wouldn't be able to get anywhere near me to be able to do it. But I mean, seriously, all of this, I mean, especially for this to be, right around the anniversary of January 6th, this is the most insurrection-y shit I've ever heard. You've got the governor of Minnesota basically saying he's going to spin up his own National Guard. And for everybody who's like, oh my God, he's calling up the National Guard. If you think he's going to call them up to assist ICE agents, you're insane. He's going to try to pit them against ICE agents is what he's going to try to do. And that is exactly what is about to happen. This is all insanity to me, because the scary thing is, as much as I am probably pretty sure I never would have wanted to have anything to do with the Lickalotopus hanging out in the Honda Pilot, she didn't deserve to die. If they were just honoring ICE detainers, ICE would never have to be there in the first place, other than just to go, oh, you got another one? Let's go get him and we'll transfer him for you. They wouldn't be having to do the door-to-door sweeps. They wouldn't be having to do the things that have all the liberals with their panties in a bunch, because, we're tired of people being able to illegally come into the country and do whatever the hell they want, and apparently steal billions and billions of dollars from us in the process and send it back to their home countries. We haven't even really talked about that part of what's going on in Minnesota. You guys realize they've stolen more from us than the entire GDP of the fucking country that they came from?
We're going to get to that in a moment as well here, but I'm looking at this comment. Bud Russell. I don't know if there's anyone in your friends, pal. Have you ever seen Walls' Crazy-Eyed Wife? I'm going to go look it up right now, but as I'm doing that...
she's completely
go ahead,
insane. Pal. Yeah. Well, and I want to just piggyback on what Rick said. I agree. She didn't deserve to die, right? And I do blame, the government for her death in a lot of ways. And I don't mean the ICE agent. I mean the lack of consequences for people over the last several years, right? They've gotten into their minds that you can do whatever you want. You can go into a store, fill up your bag, and walk out, and nothing's going to happen to you. You can tell a cop to go fuck himself and pull off, and he'll chase you down, and he's not going to use lethal force on you because they can't, right? This lack of consequences is destroying the country, right? And then when there's an administration like the Trump administration that said, no, if you spit on us, we're going to hit you, right? If you do something to us, we're going to lock you the fuck up. Now all of a sudden there's consequences, and a lot of these people that are not used to ever having consequences. And you see this a lot, by the way, in minority communities where policing is lax and they're afraid to enforce the law. They get out of control pretty quickly, right? And then in particular, women, right? They have very few consequences. Women will usually go over the top in an argument with a man, whether it's a police officer or anyone else on the street, because they're just not used to being in a physical confrontation. That's why a lot of female cops get their asses kicked, right? Because they usually deal with 90% of good people. And then when they run into that one, that 10% of dirtbags out there, they get their ass kicked because their mouth gets them in trouble, right? And that's why I do think she didn't deserve to die, but she was raised in an age where her, the circle she travels in, no matter what vicious thing she said, or she probably cheered on Charlie Kirk's death, there were no consequences for this woman. And she ran into the wrong guy, and she fucked around and found out, and she got what she needed. She got a full dose of lettucillin.
Well, I mean, the whole point. Go ahead. I keep stepping.
I'll let you get your thought out. I just want to say this comment here. Jesus called for us to be the salt of the earth. What does salt do? Melt ice. I'll give it to you. That's witty, even if you're on the wrong side of the argument. But that's fine. Go ahead, Rick.
Yeah, well, most of these people wouldn't know Jesus if he sat next to them. for one, but that's another story. Anyway, so the thing with all of this, again, this is what's happening.
Okay.
This
Now I
is
get
what
it.
happens. This is what happens when the everybody gets a trophy generation meets up with real life consequences.
Certainly, yes. Now I understand the whole crazy guys comment. Yeah, absolutely. But the one thing we haven't talked about, we talked about Walls's comments. By the way, we can continue on with Walls's comments because he actually ends up saying that, will I resign over my dead body and all that? And we know he's insane. But let's get to because this is our first show of the new year, and we didn't really talk in the last few weeks about what's been going on with all this fraud and all the leering centers and all that. I do want to go back in time a little bit and go. I'm going to start with what's going on this week, and then move on to what we've seen prior. This is Congressman Brandon Gill. There was a hearing in the House in one of the committees looking into the fraud and waste and criminality going on with a lot of this child care funding going into Minnesota, and how it all surrounds the community, the Somali community. And Congressman Gill had a lot to say about that.
Again, thank you for being here. Let me ask you, does lawful immigration make Minnesota stronger or weaker?
Certainly stronger.
Certainly stronger. Do you know what percentage of Somali-headed households in Minnesota are on food stamps?
No.
54%. Do you know what that number is for native Minnesota-headed households?
Well, to be clear, a majority of the...
It's 7%. There's a big difference between 54% and 7%, is there not?
Excuse me, sir, could I answer the question?
Let me move on. We've got a lot of questions here. What percentage of Somali-headed households in Minnesota are on Medicaid?
I don't know.
It's 73%. Do you know what that number is for Minnesota native households?
Again, you're using the phrase Minnesota native.
The number is 18%. That's quite an astounding difference. I think we would agree.
Can I answer the question, please?
Let me ask you one more, and then we can go on to that. What percentage of Somali-headed households are on welfare in general?
I don't know.
It's 81%. What about, let me just ask you, after 10 years of being in the United States, what percentage of Somali immigrant households continue to be on welfare? The number is 78%. So even after 10 years, 78% of Somali immigrant households continue to be on welfare. Do you know what the number is for native Minnesota-headed households?
Again, you're using
non-Somali immigrant-headed households.
If I can just answer the question, when you're using the phrase native Minnesotans, the majority of Somali Minnesotans are as Minnesotan as any of us. They were born in the United States. It's only 8,000 of the 108,000 Somali.
Nevertheless, the welfare usage is astoundingly different. Let me ask you again, does that make Minnesota stronger or weaker?
Again, I'd like the opportunity to answer the question here.
Go for
it. Again, the majority of Somali Minnesotans are born in the United States, as I understand it.
Okay, well, what percentage of working age Somalians who have been in the U.S. for 10 years or more, how many of them speak English very well?
I don't know.
About half. The answer is about half. That seems pretty low, doesn't it?
Again,
Mr.
Yeah. So that doesn't exactly sound like a population, a segment of society that is contributing to the richness of the American way of life. Sounds like a group of takers. And as Bud Russell is saying here, 89% of all Somalian population in Minnesota with at least one child is getting welfare and Medicare paid for by state and federal taxes. Google is a tool.
Well,
use it. Well, there's some other tools in the chat, by the way, but just saying.
That's just it. With this whole thing is, every other country gets to decide, who gets to come in, what the requirements are for them to be here, and a lot of places have really high bars. Like you have to prove that you have enough income to support yourself. You have to prove this, you have to prove that. And they're just like, we should just let everybody that wants to come in here. And I'm going to say it because I am fixing to have to jump because I'm going to have to change feeds in a second. So to close out my portion of the program, and thank you for having me on. I would say this to all of the people who think we should have open borders, unless you're living with your windows unlocked, your doors unlocked, and the keys in your car with it unlocked. I don't want to hear it because you're protecting your own property much the way we want to protect our country. So,
all right, listen, before you go, tell everybody about KLRN, what's coming up tonight, what's coming up during the week. We are back kicking on all cylinders on KLRN Radio. Tell us where to find it on X and where to listen and all that good stuff.
You can find it on X, on YouTube, on Rumble, on Facebook, all under KLRN Radio. You can also find us at KLRNradio.com. You can find me at RowdyVic73. And for those who are so inclined, Amish and I will be kicking off the Rick and Morty show here in about a couple minutes. So right about the time that Gene and Ross wrap up, you can come hang out with us over there. That would be awesome.
That would be awesome. Check them out on X. Rick, you're the man. You can pop off anytime you want. We really appreciate you coming hanging out. Happy New Year, pal, and best to the family.
Happy New Year, man. Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNRadio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNRadio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNRadio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRN Radio.
Are you ready to reach for the stars? Tune in to The Lost Wanderer.
Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNRadio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNRadio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNRadio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRN Radio.
It's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
The way I always do. How was I to know she was with the Russians too? I was gambling in Havana. I took a little risk. Send lawyers, guns, and money. Dad, get me out of this. Ha!
Uh-oh. Guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Huh? Anybody?
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
Otherwise known as Chat Lives Matter Night, right here live on KLRNRadio.com. We are back from the holidays. I'm Rick. He's Orty, and you're not. Welcome, sir. How are you doing? How's things? How's stuff?
Man, it's been a hell of a year this week.
Right? Good Lord. I keep thinking eventually the news cycle has to slow down, right? And then, I'm going to stop saying shit
Were we just bitching about that like in October, the way that like everything hit the ground running and just like bam, 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 and then it got really slow. Like, we don't have fuck all to talk about. This shit's boring.
Yeah, well, we
like
just
used to be where we could focus on one topic for like 10, 15 minutes instead of just like fart out as much as we can to get everyone up to speed.
Yeah, it's been crazy, and I don't know the whole just Minnesota.
But hey, real quick though, Happy New Year. How you doing, bro?
Leslie, you're in the chat now, hon.
Yep,
we can see you, so you're there. Hi,
she is. I think she might be in mine. I don't see her in she's in my chat. She's there.
She's in yours because it's purple. But yeah, so far you're the only one that's made a recent comment, Leslie. So that's probably one of the reasons why it looks a little weird to you, but we can see you. Anyway, because everybody's been over on Gene's YouTube channel yelling at us and telling us that we don't understand the Constitution. So that was a fun show to hang out on. It's been fun.
So anyway, I ask again. Happy New Year. How you doing?
Happy New Year. I'm doing all right. Well, it's been an interesting year so far this week. Just like you said. But yeah, no, I mean, I'm doing all right. Beginning of the year was a little rough. It's always the anniversary of the time the wife decided to trade me in on somebody else, which is kind of most of the time I'm okay with it. This time of year, it still kind of hits me. And then the 5th was my first birthday for my brother without my brother being on the planet. So that was a little rough. And the weirdest thing is my dad called me 3 times today, back to back. And so the last time I was like, okay, Dad, what's going on? He's like, I forgot to ask you. He's like, you're okay, right? And I was like, what do you mean I'm okay? He's like, I had the weirdest thing happen to me last night. And he said, I was dead asleep. All of a sudden I heard somebody yell out Dad, and it sounded like you. And he was thinking, and he said, I'm going to call and find out about him tomorrow. And if I find out that little sumbitch checked out of the planet like my other son did, and this is how he's saying bye to me, I'm going to be pissed. Well, what my dad didn't know, and I didn't want to bring it up until he did, was I think it was honestly around the same time, but I didn't look at my phone when I got woke up. But I got woke up by somebody calling me a childhood name that my brother called me quite often, and it startled me awake. And I think it was around the same time. So I was when I told Dad, I said, I think that's Chris talking to us. It wasn't me. But as far as I know, if I died, I came back, so we're good.
Yeah. Good. That's weird though. That's not. Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah.
But I'm not gonna lie, it was a little creepy. But yes, Leslie, we can both see you.
Yeah.
But yeah, so yeah, I think it's confusing because for everybody who hangs out in the audio spaces, they don't have a chat like we do for the video ones, which I think is weird. I don't really understand why they have different formats. But anyway, it's basically
I think because spaces are lower bandwidth and they don't devote as many resources to it.
Could be,
but I may be wrong.
Could be. I mean, it's as good as explanation as any. But yeah. So how about that Maduro napping? Good God, man.
Yeah, I'm sure I'm going to say this tomorrow on Culture Shift too, because it's just a fun joke. But we spent less time boots ground in Venezuela getting Maduro than the coming out scene in Stranger Things.
Right?
we were on the ground 10 minutes 35 seconds. The coming out scene was 10 minutes like 52 seconds.
And the coming out scene was completely unnecessary anyway, because by then everybody knew the fucker was gay.
Right.
So
yeah. I mean, yeah.
But yeah,
But still, no, I mean, that was, and then we just went and ganked a oil tanker. So, I mean,
dude, like
it's
right
a violation of international law. You know what? We are the ones who enforce international law. So no one else does.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and I said this to you earlier in the chat. Since we're pretty much the only ones that enforce it, that kind of means we're also the ones that kind of said it. So fuck them. But I mean, so the thing about all this is, and there are layers to this Maduro thing that are just now really starting to come into focus for me, like the fact that I didn't know until I was talking to a military friend of mine that the air defenses that we went through like a knife through hot butter were all Chinese.
Some Chinese, some were Russian. Actually, I think the radar was Chinese and the air defense, because they were all SA-23s or SA-32s, SA-33s, and Buck 2s.
Yeah, but I thought they were the Chinese versions of those things. But anyway, either way, it's just in the last week we've basically given China and Russia a black eye.
Well, yeah, I mean that's I mean, okay. There's this I'm sure everybody saw the thread today about the dominoes falling. In that, by taking out Maduro and taking Venezuela's oil, and then we're going to buy Greenland with it. But and then stopping the Dark Fleet and Iran under revolution. This is where Russia falls. And then you have the peace in Ukraine, and then you got nobody on China's side except for and their whole Belt and Road infrastructure is because they had a shit ton of money invested in Venezuela, a fuck ton of money. And if we just walk in and go, yeah, those contracts don't mean anything anymore. We're in charge until the new government comes in. And I'm pretty sure they're going to be on our side because we are reinstating the duly elected president of Venezuela because nobody, and I posted this a few times, I'm sure y'all seen it in the last couple of days.
Oh, yeah.
The U.S. didn't recognize Maduro winning the election. Canada, UK, the EU, individual EU states, OAS, individual OAS states. None of them recognized Maduro winning that election. They smuggled out the actual tallies. And everyone, just went, nope. Carter Center, elements of the UN. The only people who actually recognized Maduro as the leader was China, Russia, Iran, like Ecuador, and a handful of like third world mud hut fucking shitholes that nobody cares about their opinion anyway. So 135 countries didn't recognize Maduro. I mean, they recognized Venezuela as a country, but they did not recognize Maduro's mandate. So, so we'll be installing the duly elected president of Venezuela. And I'm pretty sure they'll be on our side and cancel all the China contracts. And at that point, the rest of the world's going to go, wait a second. You mean we don't have to honor these contracts with these fucks? Done.
Right.
Get out. Yeah.
I mean, and I've said this before. I've said this before, usually ironically, because everybody always talks about Trump playing 4D chess. This is probably the closest I've seen to a 4D chess move because he just basically, what's that? The Chinese game where you're playing with the white and the dark pieces, and you flip the board like with one move, and everybody flips the fuck out. That's pretty much what just happened. That's pretty much what just happened. Because nobody talks about this, but China gets a good chunk of its oil from Venezuela. Russia gets a good chunk of its oil from Venezuela. Iran, it was heavily invested in Venezuelan oil, which is part of the reason why the country's on fire right now. What can China not do without mass quantities of oil? The little, nuisance campaign it's been throwing Taiwan's way. Guess what it can't do without oil?
Yeah,
War game.
Can't do that.
War games are about to be a thing of the past for China. And I will admit, when it first broke, I kind of had mixed feelings about it. But the more I'm looking at this stuff, and the more I'm realizing if we can actually stick to this is basically just a revival of the Monroe Doctrine, because we decided a long time ago that none of this Chi-Com communist bullshit was going to be happening on the Western Hemisphere, other than Cuba, because we kind of boxed them in anyway for the longest time. And then we got away from that. And this is what Trump's doing, is bringing us back to that and saying, hey, this is in our backyard. This isn't going to work for us anymore. And everybody,
the Trump Row Doctrine.
Everybody's calling it the Don Row Doctrine
now.
Yeah. And Leslie, I might actually send you a link when we go to break in a minute if you still want to hang out. But we'll see. It's just, dude, I'm watching all this play out, and everybody's like, "Oh, this is just about oil," and I'm like, "Well, kind of, but not in the way that you think, because Russia's nothing but a glorified gas station anymore." And
Russia's economy is in petro.
That's where they get. That's where they're heavily invested, was Venezuela, and everybody forgets. And this is the part I keep throwing back in liberals' faces when they talk about, I don't know why everybody says we shouldn't have immigrants because we're on stolen land anyway. Everybody forgets that when they nationalized the oil industry in Venezuela, they stole a bunch of our shit and stole our mineral rights. So all we did was take it back, like you keep saying you want the Native Americans to do. So why are you not cheering us for doing
not just that? I mean, if you've seen the map of what Venezuela claims is their oil fields, it's half of Guyana's. Their neighbors. That's like half of Guyana's. I mean, they even claim half of Guyana is theirs. So I mean, yeah. So I think those HLC had the best fucking comment about that raid too, on why we send in Delta Force instead of SEALs is because we don't need 6 books and 2 U.S. representatives based off of 1 mission.
Dude, have you seen the AI video that somebody put out and made it look like a Disney Pixar promo? And it's got Maduro like screaming and yelling about how, America's a coward, blah, blah, blah. And then it cuts to his bedroom, and it's got the little Delta Force guys shutting the door right as he wakes up in his leather, like, look at that, quicker than DoorDash.
Yeah.
I was dying, because that's basically true. Somebody else made the joke that, it took us less time to go in and snatch the guy than it takes me to have Venezuelan food DoorDash to my house.
Right, yeah.
I was like, okay, that's just amazing. But I mean, it's just, when everybody's like, oh my God, it's illegal. No, actually it's not, because we're the ones that kind of decide what international law is, because we're the only ones that enforce it. 2, nobody recognized the dude as the actual legitimate ruler of the country, which is the same reason why we were able to go in and snatch, or try to snatch, the last guy who eventually surrendered to us, which was Manuel Noriega. So it's not like we haven't done this before. It's not like there isn't precedent for it. It's not like he didn't have a valid indictment from a federal U.S. court. And we don't have any extradition. So, of course, they're going to send in military-backed DEA agents to go snatch the mofo. And we did it in less time than it takes to, like I said, to order a pizza. So...
It's like I said the day it happened. I said we snatched the leader of Venezuela quicker than a Kennedy reports a car in the lake.
Oof, I didn't see that one. But yeah, I missed it, honestly, because the next day was when I started trying to check back in after being unplugged for a while, and I'm like, damn, I missed a lot.
I missed it. I was on Twitter late the night before. I get out in the morning. Well, wait a second. We just toppled a socialist dictator before I had my morning wank.
Oh, dude, I don't know. And then, not to get into this too heavily yet, but then you have the mayor of Minneapolis basically saying, that the whole self-defense argument was bullshit. I'm like, have you seen where the shot was fired at? Because that means somebody was in front of the car that was moving, brother. Oh, yeah.
Tim Walz and Jacob Frey think that they're the main characters in this, and they're just... I mean, dude, he's gonna activate the Minnesota National Guard to fight the U.S. government. Guy,
that sounds kind of insurrection-y, does it not?
I mean, I'm saying, dude, Minnesota doesn't have air defense. We'll get you out even quicker.
Yeah, it's funny because when I was hanging out with Gina and Ross a minute ago, and Ross actually put in the chat that Walz needs to be Maduro'd.
Somebody said to me today, on Discord, and yeah. And I paraphrased it on my feed. I said the left really, really wanted her to be not white.
Yeah, right.
I made a comment on Discord too. I said 75% chance she's redhead, pudgy, and white. Sure as shit.
Oh, dude. Well, all of this was just nuts. I mean, the first thing that I will say is it's time for, actual, you can't impede traffic laws to be enforced again, because it's not a peaceful protest anymore when you actually start violating city ordinances and city laws. That's not peaceful protesting. And if they were actually, if the police were allowed to do their jobs, this woman would still be alive today. If the mayor and the governor would be cooperating with ICE, this crazy lick-a-lot-of-puss riding around in a Honda Pilot who got shot today would still be alive today, because ICE wouldn't be having to do door-to-door searches and raids. They just wait for them to be arrested on something else, because they pretty much almost always are, and then say, hey, we have a detainer order for this person. We're going to come get them. Okay, cool. And then they would just, go in, grab them and leave. So this is all angst of their own creation, just because they think that they want to be bigger and badder and tougher than everybody else, and they're just not. So it's on them.
Yeah. And
A
they're once
1,000%
again on the wrong side of an 80. Yeah, once again, they're on the wrong side of an 80-20. And yeah, okay. So my hatred of the government in general is assuaged with the fact of they want more government. I want no government. So I'm happy to see them getting what they asked for.
Sorry, I'm too busy laughing at Jeff's joke that he thought only you would get. I'm tired.
Yeah. They're going to find out what it feels like to taste 5 gum.
Oh my God. Oh, I can't with these people anymore. And then I get some of it's, for outrage payment clicks, blah, blah, blah. But all these people that took, the shortest little snippet of the video and said, see, she was turning her wheels. She wasn't trying to hit anybody. She was just trying to leave. They told her to stop her car and surrounded her. That should have been a good enough clue that she probably should have turned off the car.
Asimong broke it down on his Twitch stream today. And at the point the engine is revving, the point she put it in drive, and the only reason why that cop isn't even that ICE agent isn't even hurt more is because she was on ice and the wheels were spinning, but her wheels were straight on when she gunned it.
Oh, I know.
Broke it down frame by frame.
Yeah, no, she had every intention of trying to take out the dude because they've been told to. Remember, these people are Nazis. They're killing and kidnapping your neighbors.
According to the New York Times today, 9 times in 5 states have ICE agents had to fire on vehicles. So it sounds to me like there's a whole lot of instances of people using their vehicle as a weapon against ICE.
Yeah, well, again, this goes back to the fact that well before any of this was spun up or well before any of this had happened, if it wasn't for there's a burning building on the frame, but this is a peaceful protest and don't do anything about it bullshit that we've been dealing with for the last 12 years ago, or for 12 years plus now, then we wouldn't have these problems because these people wouldn't think that it's a peaceful protest to impede traffic, because it's not. It's illegal to impede traffic. It's especially illegal to impede emergency vehicles. So this was doubly a problem. It is another illegality to disregard the order of a federal agent telling you to stop your car. It is another illegality to step on the gas and attempt to assault a federal law enforcement officer with said car, which is basically a 5,000-pound lethal weapon at that point. I know it's only like 4,300 pounds, but I rounded. And still, it's just all of this is just insane to me. And then to have the fucking chief of police from Minneapolis back there nodding like a Muppet while the mayor and the governor are saying some of the stupidest shit ever. I just want to throat punch people like that, because I'm like, dude, do your fucking jobs. The same people that with the Democrats are like, you should, the military, if you feel like your commanders are giving you illegal orders, you should just do what you want to do. You know who should be following that kind of advice? Police officers that work for these communist motherfuckers. That's who should be following that kind of advice. They should be out there making sure people are safe, not just going, I don't really care.
What was it? The Minnesota. It was either Minnesota or Minneapolis police officer, law enforcement officers association put out a statement condemning the rhetoric of Walls and Faye, whatever.
You might as well call him Faye.
Yeah, Faye.
Little
So
Faye.
yeah, yeah. So it's just so, and you know what's funny is that yesterday, so today everybody who's mad about ICE shooting that woman, they were all grave dancing about Ashley Babbitt yesterday.
Right?
Oh, she didn't follow. She refused to follow direct orders, and she was trying to break through an open window. Okay, well, how is that different from today? You can't have it both ways. You know, I would actually be kind of mad. I mean, I get why the officer pulled the trigger, why the agent pulled the trigger. I get it. I do. But still, I'm like, you know, first shot, I get. The two after he's already stepped to the side and she's driving, he may get in trouble for those, the 2 and 3. But anyway, you can't have it both ways. You can't grave dance over Ashley Babbitt and then be outraged because some woman who did even more to endanger the life of a police officer, which is what you keep saying. You are so outraged about Ashley Babbitt about that she endangered the lives of people. Well, okay, so did this broad. And square your circle, retards.
Well, that's just it with the whole Ashley Babbitt thing. There's video out now showing that she was actually trying to stop people from going into the building when she got shot. So she was literally trying to keep people from doing anything worse, and she got killed for it. So that's kind of my whole thing with where I can draw the line. Because first of all, the whole J6 thing is just still such a fucking clusterfuck that it astounds me that this, 5 years later, we're still talking about it like it was some sort of, oh my God, they tried to overthrow the government. Because now understanding what we now understand about Georgia, I mean, come on, if there were 315,000 illegal votes in Georgia, how many other states do you think had voter irregularities during that election? Come on, man. I mean, this to me adds even more fuel to the fire with Nancy Pelosi being caught on video saying this is all my fault because I was the only one that could have fixed it and I didn't fix it. And not only caught on video saying things like that once but twice, to come back now and keep trying to beat this January 6th drum. I'm like, bitch, you've already been caught on video telling everybody it was all your fault and you should have done more. So why didn't you? And I think it's because I mean, if we're finding out about this almost 6 years later now at this point, then they knew there was some shenanigans going on in Georgia. And even if you only count Georgia, that would have changed the entire face of the Senate because Warnock won by less than 2,000 votes. There are 315,000 that were considered illegal. I'm just saying, even if only 3,000 of those were for him, guess who won? The other guy.
So I got one remaining question about today.
Sure.
What's with the fucking T-Rex in the driveway?
You know what? I didn't even notice that until somebody pointed that out on X, and I saw it earlier. I was like, I got nothing. That's actually where I came up with when I saw that. That's when I came up with the Lick-a-Lot-a-Puss joke. From, I was like, maybe that's why.
I mean, it's not just your fucking inflatable Barney.
You sound like you're dying, brother. You all right?
Yeah, just I don't know, really dry lately. Sinuses are really fucking dry.
Yeah, it's funny because up until today, I've been feeling like crap again, and all of a sudden today I woke up and my sinuses were clear and everything else. I'm like, maybe my spring allergy regimen that I finally decided to start taking again is actually working. I would like to point out that I'm taking my spring allergy regimen in fucking January. The fuck?
Yeah, I meant to take a Claritin when I heard G, but it was weird. It was like, okay, so over the holidays, I obviously didn't get to see my acupuncturist, and so I was kind of hurting for certain yesterday before I got to see him. But also, when we're working on my back, I'll also do the sinuses and respiratory. and that just released a bunch of shit. So
fun times.
It all seems to be coming out now. It was also coming out when we were supposed to be on Manorama last night, so I was actually kind of glad we didn't end up doing that show, because I would have sounded like fucking B. Arthur or some shit. I don't know.
Dude, that was like the weirdest fucking thing ever, because my youngest almost never calls me for help, and he's like, Dad, I need your help. And I'm like, what's going on? He's like, I'm broke down on the side of the road. So then I get there and I realized, because we talked about it, because we did our Christmas a week or so ago. We talked about it because I asked him, because I knew he'd been having problems with his starter. I was like, so did you get the part to fix your truck? And he's like, yeah, I just haven't put it in yet. He still hadn't put it in. So for some reason, there was some sort of a traffic jam or something. So he had to stop on the highway, and for some reason the truck died. And that was when the starter decided it was done. So he's like, can you come help me do this real quick? I'm like, dude, it's going to take me like an hour to get to you. But sure, you never ask me for help for anything. So I know if you're asking me for help, it's a big deal, because he's always, I don't want to have to ask my dad for help. I'm a big boy. So I get there, and then I find out that it's because the part is still sitting in the back of his truck. I'm like, you've had the part now for at least 10 days that I know of, and several really good weather days. You're a mechanic. This should have taken you 5 minutes.
Right.
Well, now
as long as it's not a vehicle made after 1995, I can change in a starter. Yeah, in about 5-10 minutes.
But yeah, I mean, and he's driving the big old fucking flatbed, like 1990 something that he drives everywhere. And I'm like, dude, you could have had this changed like in like 5 minutes. And I said, I get why you're calling me now, because it's dark and you can't see shit. So, and he's like, well, do you want to climb under, or do you want to hold the flashlight? I said, dude, I'm holding the fucking flashlight. If I climb under your truck, you're going to have to call an ambulance to get me out of from underneath your truck. So, yeah. So, yeah, I passed tools and held the flashlight. I felt like it was childhood all over again, because I felt like I was holding the flashlight for my dad. And I'm like, this is just weird. But yeah, so got it up and running, got him home. But then I get up this morning. So then I get up this morning and I'm starting to do the prep for the show, and I get a phone call from a friend of mine who's been in the hospital saying, hey, can you come get me? So then I'm in the process to go get them. And then they call me and they're like, hey, there's a transport company here that's going to take me home after all anyway. And I'm like, okay, cool, whatever. But by the time I turned around, it was too late to start my show. So I was like, yeah, I got extra work to do tonight anyway, so that's fine. But yeah, so that was the weird convergence of events, because VC was feeling bad last night. And then I got that call like 20 minutes before about 30 minutes before I was going to go finish setting everything up. And I'm like, dude, I texted Steve. I was like, dude, I cannot do the show. Like, I just got a call from one of my kids who's broke down on the side of the road. And that's when I realized that because of his workload, he wasn't going to be able to do it either. And I'm like, well, I guess we're not having a Manorama tonight then, because I don't know what to do. I almost thought about firing it up and driving away and just leaving it up till I got home. But I was like, that would have been kind of awkward.
It would have just been me and CS and Texas Red Shirt. So,
well, what I was thinking though is,
Jeff could have been there too.
Well, Canadian Spider-Man does his own stream, so at some point I need to make sure he understands how all this shit works. So if nothing else, we can have a backup Canadian producer. So
yeah, and I've committed to learning to produce this year. So yes, I know. After 7 years, shut the fuck up.
Mm-hmm. I'm not. I didn't.
You just fooled me with that. Mm-hmm.
I know. I did it the last time.
She uses with me.
Yeah, I did it the last time you brought it up too, because I've been hearing that same shit for 7 years now.
Yeah, but before it was all janky and weird. Now it's just fire up Restream. Got it.
There's a little bit more to it.
Flip the switch, monkey.
And it wasn't that janky and weird. You've had voice meter working now for like 5 fucking years. So come on, man.
Well, no, I've had voice meter for the last 5 fucking years. I just got it working through the help of GPT this year.
Pretty sure that was last year. I thought it was 24.
Okay, 2025. How about that?
I was going to say, no, I thought it was the end of 24 when you fed it into GPT and it taught you how to do everything. But anyway, maybe I'm misremembering.
Yeah, no, it was July this year.
All right. Well, it is break time, my friend.
It is indeed. Excuse me.
All right. So I'm going to see if I'm going to say
on your Twitter DM.
Yeah, I found it after you told me where to look for it. So I'm going to fire that up and we will be right back.
Good. I can get more tea.
except I have to make sure you guys can hear it first.
She got a broke down El Camino in the front yard up on Broad. Her mom walks around in a pink nightgown, sandals and white socks. She don't mind a baseball game in the middle of the night and in the rain. She's a pain in my brain, drives me insane, but I love her just the same. Boys, love her just the same. Something in the water, something in the water. What makes her crazy, I don't know. Never seen anything like her before. There must be something in the water. She does her makeup and hair, could cook fried chicken in her underwear. She drinks more liquor for lunch and dinner and sends me running scared. She yells, she screams, and she beats me, but I don't mind the way she treats me. She'll someday lead to my death, I know, but I'll stay with her just the same. Boys, stay with her just the same. Something in the water, something in the water. What makes her crazy, I don't know. Never seen anything like her before. There must be something in the water. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. My Hoosier girl is so fine. Shake the watermelon off the vine. She'll blow you a fist, throw you a kiss, and you'll thank her every time. They're all so crazy and beautiful, but I tell you, the woman is never dull. They'll break your back, give you a heart attack, but you need them just the same. Boy, need them just the same. Something in the water. There's something in the water. What makes her crazy, I don't know. Never seen anything like her before. There must be something in the water. What makes her crazy, I don't know. Never seen anything like her before. There must be something in the water. Yep, there must be something in the water. There must be something in the water. Yeah, water. What makes you so crazy? Well, there must be something in your water, baby. There's something in the water.
Well, there's definitely something in the water in Minneapolis. We can say that for sure. Anyway. All right, so we have
Forge. Go check them out.
we technically have a caller. We technically have a caller with us now. Hang on, I'm trying to make sure. Okay, so hang on, it's being weird. All right, so she should be able to talk now. How you doing, Leslie?
Caller, long time listener.
Gentlemen,
How are you?
thank God. Thank God. What on earth is going on around here with the ladies?
There. I don't know. You'll have to answer that question because I stopped trying to think for your side of the gender spectrum a long time ago.
Anyway, thank you so much for having me. I insisted to call in, first of all, because I had time. Second of all, because I had access. This is the first time in this new platform that I even was able to figure out to get into the chat. So thank you for having me, but I insisted to call in and participate for a couple of minutes because this is bananas. And it's once again the white women that are destroying the world, and it's not funny anymore. It's not funny anymore. This lady, who we know by now is some 37-year-old white lady who allegedly from the videos had drove her own car because the car has decals and bumper stickers, but the car has plates from Missouri, and just chose to
Yeah,
do
they keep saying that she was a Twin Cities resident, but I'm like, that car is Missouri. Did she just move
the
there? Or
plates. But it's Ordy. It's obviously not a rental car because it has bumper stickers and whatever. And now increasingly on the social media, they're like, oh, and then well, this was right outside of her own house. Okay, in her own neighborhood. Okay, but then there's literally nothing that gives anybody the right or permission in the United States to not only obstruct law enforcement for any reason, which we all know that she did, but then also just turn around and try to run over a guy. And the whole entire left, it's, I'm gonna come to a point, which is my best point. Whole entire left is obviously losing the plot, but I love that this is literally the quintessential. This is the end of the final boss of the third wave feminist. For this woman that they say, oh, she's a mother or whatever, that like literally the third wave feminists who have been coming up, I don't know, 50 years and make this final boss of a woman who's going to leave her own house, whitey woman, leave her own house, her own family, her own children, literally for the sake of running over law enforcement for her, to protect, I don't know, to protect her or the ideology. But um so it's just absolutely amazing, and it's amazing to see now that who's going to defend who.
well, one of the best tweets I saw today too was somebody brought up the fact that Minnesota's lieutenant governor said over the summer that Minnesotans need to sacrifice their bodies to stop
That's right.
ICE.
That's right.
So, I mean, if anybody's gonna get frog walked for all this, okay, first, if she was the head of that convoy, does that mean that everybody in that convoy just caught a body?
Perhaps they would have. Thank you, and thank you, Ordy, because I
No,
was going to say if this officer did not stop her, who else would she have continued to run over?
well, no. I mean, don't that make them accessories?
Was
I mean,
there
you would think
somebody
so.
else in the
If there was
convoy?
a whole, well, yeah, because I mean, apparently there was a whole convoy of people there to block and protest ICE.
Ooh,
So,
okay, I didn't
I
know
mean,
that. Okay.
yeah. So, I mean, she wasn't just some rando there. There was quite a few people. That's why there was so many different camera angles of it. But I mean, Rick, you'd know better than I would. Wouldn't that make them accessories to the fact? Didn't they just all catch a body?
Well, I mean, they definitely should have caught an accessory to an assault charge. I don't know if they're going to be charged with her murder or not, but they can all be charged with accessories to assault to the ICE agent.
Well, there we have it.
Will they be? No, but they can be.
Probably not. Yeah.
No, so
I
I'm
would
just
require-
saying.
yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm just saying I'm just so infuriated about the whole world of women, and that's why I was so like motivated to get on the air, if you will, with you guys, because I just kind of can't believe the state of middle-aged women in these days. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Because it just seems like more and more and more it's the white lefty ladies are leaving their homes and their keyboards and trying to exact violence for what? Like, for what, you weirdos? For what?
Well, this is how
And
bad it's actually getting. Almost every single female participant here in KLRN Radio Land has decided that the 19th Amendment needs to go away for a while. That's the women who work here saying that,
yes,
not us.
yes. No,
We need to shut down. We need to shut down white women until we figure out what the fuck's going on.
gentlemen, you may or may not know that one of my most one of my most well engaged tweets back when it was Twitter, probably 7 years ago, was just me saying repeal the 19th, and somehow that got picked up on I don't know some other platform, some other lefty platform, and I had days and days and days and days of hate for that, and so I don't really say it now, but uh, in what I would say, and probably the ladies who get paid to work there would agree with me, is that I would sacrifice my one vote to take out them all, to take out all of them, because my voice and our voice, the ladies that are, work and pro bono like I do for KLRN, our voice is actually now more important and impactful than our vote in this day and age. And we would be, not permanently, but maybe a moratorium on the 19th for like a
Yeah.
cool 5 years or something, a cool 5 years moratorium on the 19th to wipe that out, wipe it all out, and then we'll get the vote back.
All right, so there is one other thing I want to talk about before Amish and I move to the final segment of the show because we've only got a few minutes left. Did you guys see this theory from Jarvis that got put out today? It was like just a little. Well, was it today? I think it was today. No, it was yesterday, but it was very late yesterday, so I just saw it. So he puts this out on X. He says, "I'm about 7 beers deep, and I've decided that the New York City abolish housing lady, the new woke mayor of Seattle, and the schizo Trump grand jury lady are all the same CIA agent." And he has pictures to back it up. They look very much alike, and it's kind of
See, this is what I was talking about with 75% chance that she's a pudgy mid redhead. Look at them all. Look at them. Look at that and tell me there's a God.
I mean, so you've got this one, just so you know. I mean, there is a God, but sometimes
No, I that's
very weird sense of humor. Yeah, I know, but still. So then there's this one, which is supposed to be somebody else, and then there's this one, which is also supposed to be somebody else. And I'm like, they all kind of look really
Nope, they're
similar.
all the same person. Yeah, getting back to the
I
fucking
saw.
white
Wait a
women
minute.
thing.
Wait a minute.
Okay, go ahead.
I
Liz.
saw that, and y'all are missing the fact that it's could be three different women who are in fact possessed by demons, and that's how they're starting to look like each other. Because
Oh, there's
I did see last night that weird Seattle woman press conference last night, and it scared me so much that the new mayor of Seattle scared the shit out of me so much that I actually asked my friends in the Washington state if they want me to send them some holy oil. It's not that these women all look like each other naturally, it's all that they're starting to look like each other.
Well, there's something I
No,
hadn't
that
considered.
kind of takes on the fact that people start to look like their pets.
Yeah.
And vice versa.
Absolutely right.
Oh,
So hey, one last thing on the thing about white women. So I saw a tweet today about your average white woman wearing a hijab calling on Islam to embrace LGBT LMNOP. And I'm like, yeah, fucking let them run with it. Destroy Islam because they're gonna fucking do it.
yeah, they'll either destroy Islam or destroy themselves. Either way, we win.
Yeah.
No, I mean, like, cause since they're all over Europe, then it's gonna be, the Abdul bring some rocks option is removed. So yeah, they're
What?
gonna destroy Islam from the inside.
What? You don't believe that?
No, what they're
No,
gonna
yeah,
destroy Islam
no.
from the inside?
No, you don't believe that.
Oh,
I mean, we can dream.
I mean, we didn't think it was gonna happen with the 19th, and look where it got us.
I mean,
white women. No, I'm kidding. No, I don't believe that.
Oh,
I'm just saying, and once again, happy to come on here anytime. Happy to bring some, Arab Christian gentlemen in my life anytime to tell the world what the real story is with Muslim life, with the Muslim culture, even here in the United States, even here among the best of the best of the best Muslims here in the United States. I've been your friend for a long time. Happy to come here and talk about that anytime. And I promise
Well, do you know
you,
how to get on?
we're a Judeo-Christian country.
Yes, we are. People like to think that we're not, but we are. But anyway. All right. Well, Amish and I are going to move on to the What We're Watching segment, which usually takes up about the last 5 minutes or so of the program. So unless you've got something to contribute there.
That's up to you.
Yeah,
Up to
aside
you.
from cable news with mom,
I
what
can
are you
stay or
watching?
go.
Aside from cable news with mom, what are you watching?
Dude,
Oh well, mostly I'm watching the news, but you know what I love watching recently is I'm revisiting Star Trek Deep Space Nine.
Oh,
The
you just
best of them.
spoke Orty's love language.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir. I know what is love language. I'm revisiting Star Trek Deep Space Nine because of a certain um, YouTube person, because I don't want to promote anybody outside of KLRN.
Oh,
Has
you mean Janelle was?
If it's
no,
Janelle, what? Okay. I was going to say if it's
no,
she works
no, please, no. I'm not. Please, I know Janelle Waz is our bay, all of our bays,
Yeah.
but a certain other one that's not connected here
That's
is
okay. You can pimp them.
has. So it's Razor Fist,
Yeah.
RAZ, the number zero R Fist has for many years done videos for the depths of DS9 and just kind of a lovely breakdown of some of the Deep Space Nine episodes. That's all.
Okay. No, yeah, I didn't know Razor Fist was doing that. I know of Razor Fist. I didn't know that he did DS9 breakdowns. So that's awesome.
For years, but they were banned from YouTube, but he's brought them back to YouTube.
Nice.
Oh, nice. I'm going to have to go find them now. Because, yeah,
Yeah,
I've heard of him too, but I didn't know he was doing those. So I'm going to have to go find them. So.
Yeah.
What about you, Amish? What have you been watching?
Okay, so there's I don't know if I mentioned it before the holidays because I've been binging it quite a bit. There's a New Zealand group on YouTube called Viva La Dirt League. They kind of just their videos started with just making fun of video game logic, and they do it all like cosplay, role play cosplay kind of thing. And after I found out recently that after COVID, they sat down and did a really big D&D campaign. And so I've been watching that, and it's just funny as shit. They are hilarious. So yeah, I just finished their main campaign, and I'm watching some of the smaller campaigns that they've done. This is also leading up because myself, Jeff, Vincent Charles, Janie Mack, Delaney, and the EP, we're going to be doing a D&D campaign soon. So, and we're going to record a 3-hour session and then cut it into a podcast. So we got that going on. But yeah, that's
nice. I didn't know EP was. That's awesome.
Yeah. So it'll be fun.
Should be.
How about you? What are you watching? What's going on in Rick's world? What's new with Rick?
Well, I watched season 5 of Stranger Things, which holds the rule. Season 5 of almost everything sucks. Because yeah, that was. See, and I tell people this all the time because I remember vehemently them announcing that season 4 was going to be the last one, and I even remember there being an alternate ending that somebody's even actually found pictures of, and it has 11 and the other dude just like hanging out and just smiling at each other, and I'm like, dude, I don't, because when I rewatched season 4 and I got to the last episode, I was like, I don't remember any of this from the last time I watched any of this, and that was that started me down a whole another Mandela effect little rabbit hole. But yeah, and
no, but to your point, we absolutely talked about that on Culture Shift. That's why it actually beat out Squid Game when season 1 of Squid Game came out. We were talking about that on Culture Shift. Stranger Things announced their season 4 was going to be their last season, and it just blew the fuck out of it. So I distinctly remember that. So it's not just you.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden they're like, "Oh, we're gonna come back with our 5th and final season." I'm like, "Dude, season 4 was it." But then the thing that I don't remember, because I don't, like I said, I don't remember the way that the ending for season 4 happened when they originally aired it, with like the town hall, going all weird, break it open and shit. I'm like, I don't remember any of this. So that's when I was like, dude, that's when I started finding all this stuff about, this whole idea that when we die, we don't actually realize we die because we just skip to another reality and keep going. Like, maybe that explains all the Mandela effect crap that we keep finding everywhere. Because yeah, I'm just straight up that one. Like, you remember, like with Castle, never really watching the last few episodes because I had gotten into it right as it was starting to cancel out, and I didn't, and everybody was complaining about the ending. I mean, even I remember working with people that were screaming and yelling because the two main characters were killed off at the end of the final episode, and that's not actually apparently what happened. So but yeah, so Stranger Things, of course, I watched that. Didn't realize that my daughter and my granddaughter were into it, so we actually kind of watched the end of it together, which was kind of cool. I thought
That's
Gracie would
cool.
be scared. She wasn't. It was kind of interesting. And then there was another one I found
Rick,
that.
if I may, because you're
Mhm.
saying your granddaughter watched it. I myself have been afraid to watch Stranger Things because I thought it was like too much horror, like too much horror and gore and whatever. But you're saying your granddaughter was it.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really a lot of gore. There's some jump scare moments, but
Okay.
it's not really gory.
Okay.
I mean, not compared to most of the things that get put out nowadays, anyway.
All
I
right.
mean, I didn't
Thank you.
But and then
I didn't watch season 4, season 5, but I remember where it left off. It was still very Cthulhu-esque.
yeah, which is what threw me off with season 5 because they basically turned it into a long format episode of Sliders on Shrooms, and I'm just like, I'm not down with this. But anyway, and then I found a comic book adaptation that I didn't know existed on Netflix called Sweet Tooth. So I've been watching that the last couple of days. That's kind of interesting in a weird way. And other than that, I mean, there really hasn't been much to watch because everything else that I normally watch is on season break right now. I am going to take one for the team and watch Star Trek Starfleet Academy just so we can rag on it because nobody else wants to watch it.
Yeah.
Which starts next week, I think.
Yeah. I mean, female half Klingon, half Jem'Hadar. You already lost me. And there is usually nothing that Holly Hunter's in that I won't watch because whatever man may drag my tongue from her ass shall be king of Britain.
I don't mind. Well,
I
while
figured
we're
that was- I
talking
figured that
about
was gonna
this,
get less.
while we're talking about this, I've seen a little bit of the Lower Decks, and I don't know if my expectations are too low, but they're a little funny. Star Trek Lower Decks is a little funny.
Dude, Lower Decks is probably the coolest thing Star Trek has put out since the Discovery era started. It actually
Right,
really was a
because
fun one.
our expectations are in the dirt.
Right.
Well, they basically took the whole idea of the Orville and turned it into a cartoon. So because it was working out so well. But yeah, I mean, most of the new era Star Trek sucks, and it's not because there aren't decent stories. I mean, there are a few. But my thing is, like, all of the things that made Starfleet don't exist in this new era of Star Trek. There's just like there's none of the structure. There's none of the format. It's just like fucking, I don't know. It kind of feels like going from playing Wing Commander to Wing Commander Privateer, if that makes any sense.
Well, yeah, but Privateer was good. So
yeah, but yeah, I don't know. I had mixed reactions with Privateer. I enjoyed the other ones a lot more.
It was dark. I mean, I look at Privateer as the Deep Space Nine.
Pretty much.
Wing Commander.
Yeah.
Wing Commander was TNG, TOS. Privateer was Deep Space Nine. So that's my rationale in my head.
Probably.
Not that stupid movie with Freddie Prinze Jr.
My oldest actually liked
to watch that on the Vincent Charles. I'm going to put that in the queue for the Vincent Charles project.
It's free on YouTube, so you might as well.
Yeah, I'm going to put that in the DM right now because I'm sure Janelle hasn't seen it.
Oh, all right. Well, we have pretty much reached the end of the road because I got to get ready for Sean coming up next. So Leslie, since you joined us for the first time in a while, why don't you let folks know where they can find you?
Thank you,
Assuming
everybody,
she's
for listening to this episode on KLRN Radio.
I guess she decided to do an exit instead.
She did
Amish,
an
where can folks find you?
You can find me on Twitter as Ordnance Packard. Surprisingly, still, I know nobody's more shocked than me. Tomorrow night, you can find me on the Culture Shift with Brad Slager. Saturday, you can find me back with Rick on Juxtaposition, where we will be talking about missing media. And then back around the horn next Tuesday on Manorama or Sunday on the Vincent Charles Project, Tuesday on Manorama, and then back around here with you again next Wednesday. How about you, Rick? Where can people find you?
Don't look for me. It's a trap. You can find me tomorrow doing the Rick Robinson Show. That's Tuesday through Friday, starting at 10 a.m. Eastern. Tomorrow night, hopefully Jen and Rick is back again. I'll have to touch base with her and find out. And then Friday, I think he said, she said should be back. Saturday, I'll be back with you. Sunday, doing Kingdom and Country. Monday, back doing America Off the Rails. Tuesday, The Daily Show starts over. Tuesday night, Manorama with you. For everything else, please feel free to check out our schedule at klrnradio.com/schedule. You can find me at Braddovic73. You can find everything we do here at the network at KLRN Radio on all of the different various channels. You can also find me as a contributor to Misfits Politics, theloftusparty.com, and twitchy.com. And on that note, folks, we really do have to go because Sean has already spun up while I've been talking.
I just got informed by my producer there's no Culture Shift tomorrow. Brad is going to be at the Miami U football game. So
What is this? Skipping out on
I love
work
you,
to go to a
babies.
football game?
Bye.
We love you
Good
too.
night, guys.
Bye.
Thanks, you were great. Hail Hydra.
No hailing of the Hydra. We've had this discussion.
And this goes to all, and we're going to get into it tonight, all of the leftist, Democrat maggots, including mainstream media, who have done nothing but vilified ICE agents in the last year and law enforcement in general since, 2008. We'll talk about that too, because I have the receipts there. This was intentional. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Edge of Liberty right here on the SHR Media Network. Thank you so much for joining me. This entire night, we'll talk about the shooting in Minneapolis, the history of it. I'm going to go over the video again because there's a couple things I want to point out. Having received countless hours of use of force training in law enforcement, having written manuals and procedures for use of force, I can tell you no part of this is there a question as to whether or not this is a valid use of force. This most certainly is. And we're going to get into it, how much they knew this was coming. The left knew this was coming. And instead of telling people to let ICE do their jobs and to talk to your Congress people if you don't like it, to go through all the actual avenues that we have as American citizens to express your anger that ICE is actually enforcing the laws that fucking Congress passed. The immigration laws are not arbitrarily made up. Congress passed them. Now, because the law is actually being enforced, the left has brainwashed all of these individuals into thinking that ICE is somehow the bad guy. When you let 10, 15, however million in, we don't even know. Something had to be done. And that was intentional too. We've talked about that a million times. Redistricting. That was the whole point of letting it in. We know socialists and progressive Democrats and communists do not like America's way of life, and to gain control of it and destroy it so the powerful stay in power and nobody else has the ability to rise above. This shooting today goes back to that, because that is the foundation in which all of this other bullshit is built upon. And it's all about fundraising to gain power. Ask yourself this. Outside of Orange Man Bad, what fucking idea have the Democrats rolled out about anything other than just keep funding Obamacare and fuck ICE? And it's okay. You should be welcoming all the immigrants. And you're a racist if you call out the fraud. That's it. That's all they have. They're not even a fucking one-trick pony anymore. They're like a two-legged donkey. And this woman's life, her blood is on their hands, on their face, and in their fucking wallets. They needed this, just like they have with others, to fundraise. That's what it all comes down to. Because they can't win on policy. So they have to win by flooding social media and activating, if you will, the weak-minded and emotional among them to do shit like this. And I'm going to show you in a minute why it's all about fucking fundraising. And why all of this is for show, and that the politicians don't give a fuck about the Somalians. Politicians never gave a fuck about the Mexicans. The politicians don't give a fuck about African Americans. Nothing. They don't give a shit about that. They just want the money from people's pockets to fucking fundraise off of. And they will absolutely kiss their ass and jerk them off as a society, telling them how important they are and how we need them and blah, 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 blah. And when they can't politically motivate in those ways, they will turn around and incite violence. And then when violence happens, they clutch their fucking pearls. Some of them, maybe it's a pearl necklace. I don't know. And they say, how could this happen? This is a tragedy. This is a federal agency that's out of control. No. You can't unleash the riot and then blame the people trying to quell it, who have the legal authority. Moral as well to the citizens of this country. But morals are bad. We don't like moral, whatever. But fucking legal authority passed by Congress. And you know what? When was the last time fucking anyone in Congress actually did something about immigration one way or the other? Other than just say, open the fucking doors, which is what Biden did when he undid all of Trump's immigration executive orders day one. And then when he found out he was getting his teeth fucking kicked in, his dentures, politically, he started adding them back in to stop the quell, because all of a sudden the entire country was like, well, this is fucked up. And it was. And everybody knew it. We knew it. We saw it. We said it. Just like this incident today. We knew this was being encouraged. We saw this was fucking being encouraged. And now this girl is dead. Yes, her actions led to this. Yes, any loss of life is tragic. I feel for her family. I genuinely do. But this is a direct fucking reaction from leftist politicians and Democrats and so-called civic leaders destroying the name of ICE and lying about what they do. And you know it's fundraising because how many of them got arrested or involved in incidents that they're now fundraising off of? They're not civil rights leaders. They're feigning civil rights leaders. They're pretending they're civil rights leaders. So fucking all of these people will keep dumping money in their pockets and pulling the handle. Let's get into the incident. Can't tell I'm a little pissed off. And I'm just as pissed off that this girl died. And because she thought she was in the right. She thought she should have been there. They said for them to watch ICE, to follow him around, to harass him, to get in their face. So yeah, I'm mad that this incident happened. I am absolutely mad that this girl died. And it's not the ICE agent's fault. It's his responsibility because he had to pull the trigger. And guess what? He has to live with that forever. But when you do nothing but brainwash this generation, you don't have to listen to cops. Nobody can tell you what to do. You can act out whenever you want. You can flee. ICE sucks. They're subhuman. They're Nazis. They're all of these things. This is what fucking happens. And this was 100%. They knew it was going to happen. Let's watch the video again. I want to show you something. I want you to look, first and foremost, these are marked emergency vehicles. She was there to observe ICE, by the way, for the people don't know that. So she knows these are ICE agents before this happens. She was harassing them and impeding their operations and investigations, which is why they are stopping her. And remember, they don't have local law enforcement to help them out because it's Minneapolis. So these are, you saw the emergency lights on the side of it. They're on the front as well. These officers get out. Oh, says police on the back of the vest. It says it on the front of his vest too. So she knows these are cops. There's there's another one right there walking up. She knows this is law enforcement. Now let's walk this through. She puts it in reverse. She's already planning on fleeing. She's already made the decision. She's going to flee one way or the other, in my opinion. They come up and they say, no, you're not going anywhere. Stop the car. Stop the car. Get out. Get out. That's what they're telling her right now. Every cop knows the two most dangerous calls, for the most part, domestic violence and vehicle stops. Domestic violence because it's emotionally charged and everything in the house and a weapon. Vehicle stops because not only could there be weapons in the in the vehicle, but the vehicle itself is a massive weapon. And you can hide weapons all over vehicles. So they're already in one of the two most dangerous activities that law enforcement can partake in. She's now backing up. Look at her wheels to the left. Her wheels were to the left. You see this right here? This is another uniformed agent walking up to her from the front. He is fully in front of her vehicle. She's now in fight or flight because she fucked around and now she's finding out. She's in that oh shit moment of, oh, I don't really want to go to jail. This was all because I was told I was doing the right thing. And then watch what happens. The car's now in drive. The wheels, the front wheels, watch right here, are now turning towards that agent. They were this way. She could have went that way. She 100% could have went that way, at least into the berm and then tried to turn around. She could have tried to back up and cut through over here, but she didn't. She's in fight or flight. And here it goes. He has his weapon extended and he's also trying to get out of the way. Not to retreat legally. I mean, he is, but he's having a fight or flight moment too. His adrenaline just dropped. He has tunnel vision, audio visual exclusion. He is now resorting to training. I have a weapon coming towards me that is a vehicle that will kill me. I'm going to draw my weapon as I was trained to do. I'm going to try to get out right there. You see that first step? He's trying to get out of the way. And then there's contact. And they're reporting now, he actually received injuries and went to the hospital. The initial report said that he wasn't injured. He was. And now he's in the oh fuck moment. He's in the oh shit moment. And he does what cops are trained to do. And for those who don't know, this stuff is drilled in the head. So when you get into audio visual exclusion, it becomes muscle memory. Why? Because if you don't train your muscle memory, if you don't train habits, if you don't train to protect yourself, you can lose all control. You can freeze up. So they train this. This is what he was trained to do. And the shot is fired. Now look, there's still contact with the front of that vehicle and his waist. You can't see it right there, but it's still there. This is not, and we'll get into Jacob Frey because that little penis is just lying off the fucking bat. This is after they have her stopped, or this is after they approach the car. You got to watch. It's a little hard. Did you see it? Right here. You can see his body compressed. He's being pushed back. His abdomen is being pushed back. His feet, he's starting to skip step and try to get himself backwards and then he's trying to sidestep, I should say. You can see he stepped back. His left foot goes back. He was trying to get out of the way the entire time, but he got hit. You can see he goes down after the shot's fired. That is absolutely 100%, no questions asked, a good shoot. And I'm glad it's all on camera. I'm glad. But they're going to fundraise off of this. And they're going to absolutely... It's so fucking infuriating to me. This all could have been avoided. All of it could have been avoided if she wasn't there. If she didn't think it was her social justice warrior job to go from Colorado to Missouri. That's right. She wasn't from Minneapolis. And from Kansas City, Missouri to Minnesota to watch ice. That's what they told her she had to do. That's what they brainwashed her into believing she had to do. Yeah. Jersey Joe just brought this up in the chat, and I'm sorry, chat. I didn't mean to neglect everybody in chat. I'm just pissed off. Can't remember if it was Waltz or the mayor. That little penis. States they want to charge and arrest the ICE officer. Yeah, they're going to. I absolutely am telling you they are going to. They will find some ridiculous charge. It'll eventually get thrown out. Maybe they'll get convicted because they'll stack the jury and it's Minneapolis and they won't let them. They're going to do all this stupid shit. They're going to charge it. They're going to try to ruin his officer. People are already doxing him. He got hit by a fucking car and they're already putting his information out there. I mean, it is unbelievable. And when you say, Sean, how did you know, or what do you mean when you say they knew this was coming? What proof do you have? This is the police chief of Minneapolis. I think this was January 6th, or maybe it was before that. It doesn't matter. This is before the incident. And he said this.
So that is my biggest concern. And it's not just the reports that have been said. You know, I don't know what the number is, just to be clear. You said a number, I did not, because no one has told me anything officially. I've been concerned for weeks that because the issue is so emotional, and because frankly, some of the way this stuff has been carried out, the greatest risk to me is that there would be unrest or that there would be a tragedy, that somebody could get seriously hurt or killed because of what's happening.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's called foreshadowing. And what that is they know the situation is, they knew this was going to happen. They knew that all of the encouragement from the politicians and the Antifa members and all of these lunatics that they've unleashed into the streets, they knew this shit was coming. They absolutely knew this shit was coming. When you have members of Congress putting stuff like this up, and that's just that right there isn't even a drop in the bucket of what we're going to talk about tonight, getting into all of the times that they've encouraged, and not to mention all of the violence that has already been committed against ICE agents specifically. We'll talk about that after the break. Please do me a favor. Like the episode, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. I really appreciate us out a lot. I will be back. Jersey Joe's going to join me after the break, and we're going to get into this some more right here on the SHI Media Network. Simulcast with our good friends over at KLRN Radio.
Welcome to River of Common Sense, where we cut through the noise of news and politics with a sharp wit and clear discussion. Tune in every Monday and Friday at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for a refreshing dose of reality as we fearlessly tackle the tough topics with no nonsense, just pure common sense. Visit shrmedia.com to discover where you can catch River of Common Sense in action. He's here to amplify your inner logic. He may not always be polite, he may not always be refined, but one thing's for sure, he always tells it like it is.
Come listen to BZ's Berserk Bobcat Saloon Radio Show. Live on select and exclusive Tuesday and Thursday nights at 11 p.m. Eastern, 10 p.m. Central, and 8 p.m. Pacific on the SHR Media Rumble channel, SHR Media YouTube channel, X, Twitch, Spreaker, and wherever great conservative podcasts are found. BZ, your conservative Sherpa, guides you through the maelstrom of Democrat, leftist, and globalist lies, chaos, deceit, and betrayal. Raised as a free-range child with dirt, stains, mud, and freedom, BZ broadcasts from North Idaho, comfortably surrounded by actual normal people. Jump into our plush, sumptuous, palatial, and resplendent chat room on rumble.com. Click on live chat to join. Now, with 37% more umbrage and 19% more bulbosity than previous shows, featuring delicious Liberty additives for the best in late-night conservatarian talk radio. BZ reminds you that with great beard comes great responsibility. No chinchillas were harmed, embarrassed, fat-shamed, or the focus of any sarcasm whatsoever in the making of this ad.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Edge of Liberty right here on the SHI Media Network. Thank you so much for being here. Joining me, the host of the Reaver of Common Sense himself, Jersey Joe. Joe, good evening. How you doing, bud? Muted. Can't hear you. Get back to you in a minute. We'll get back to Joe in a second. We'll let them work that out and see what happens. So we discussed the incident. We saw it from a couple different angles. And look, as I said before, you can oppose the ICE operations. You can oppose the protests. You can argue policy all fucking night. You have the right to do that. None of that changes when a vehicle's accelerating at you and you have to make a use of force analysis in a split second. You saw the wheels turn. She made active decisions to work towards that officer. You saw it. You say, well, Sean, and Joe will be back. Oh, that's not the one. Say, Sean, well, is this an isolated incident? No, it's not. In front of you is a list that I compiled, and this isn't even 100% accurate. I'm sure there's more to it, but just this year alone, starting in February with ICE agents, Wichita, Kansas, ICE officer assaulted during an enforcement encounter. San Jose, California, DOJ reported a suspect assaulted 3 ICE detention officers at an ICE facility during an attempted detention on a removal warrant. Dallas, Texas. We know about the shooting that ended up with the detainee getting killed. That was targeted at ICE. The incident in Tigard. Oh, let's bring Joe in right now. Hey, Joe. Nope. We'll try it again. So, Los Angeles, during an immigration operation, reported so the suspect rammed agents with the vehicle. A deputy U.S. Marshal was injured. Houston, Texas, DOJ reported suspect threw a metal mug filled with hot coffee at an ICE officer during a traffic stop. Louisiana. And then that doesn't include the shooting at the ICE detention center in Texas. I want to say that was what, April, March, something like that, where there was the group that's tied to the trans group out of Salt Lake City that tried to like full on assault on, was it precinct 13? Joe, I'm watching. Just give me the thumbs up when you get it sorted.
Everything's working on my side.
And it's working now too on this side.
I didn't change anything. That took me down a notch or two. That gave me a laugh.
Hey, you're going to have one.
That shit just pissed me off. Excuse me. I know my language is going to be very, very bad today.
Yeah, and right.
I'm pissed.
So go ahead, Joe, unload, because
DNC is nothing more than a domestic terrorist organization. I've tried playing nice. I've tried to be the bigger man because I am a big man. But anymore with this shit, the lies that they're pushing. She was an observer. She was an ICE verifier. No, she obstructed. Then she was detained and she ran from the detainer and she tried to kill a fucking officer.
And the best part is, show me the immunity you get with your official status of being an ICE observation officer. Show me where that lies. Why that all of a sudden permits you. It's not a thing, is my point. It doesn't exist. Everybody is an ICE. Look, I was at a Home Depot earlier today. I was not a Home Depot observation officer. I was a fucking customer at Home Depot. Yes, as a citizen, you have right to watch what cops are doing or whatever. That's fine. But
you don't have a right to obstruct.
When you're actively obstructing and harassing,
stalking,
that's a totally different animal.
Also, isn't that a moving violation? Parking in the middle of a street like that?
that was the least of her problems.
Well, the problem I also have is I had a friend of mine make a comment to me because the officer didn't show emotion. Number one. Number two, why didn't he use tear gas or a taser?
Yeah, or the shoot him in the leg people.
Okay, let's tase a person has their foot on the fucking gas pedal.
Right. Well, and so this does go back to the whole idea of the shoot him in the leg. Why couldn't have they done this? Why couldn't they have done that? And blah, blah. It's a traffic stop and it happens like that.
Yeah.
It is.
And that's what I told him. You have literally split second, make a decision.
Well,
why didn't she not try to run?
And you saw how she stopped in the middle of the street. She intended on leaving right away. She didn't pull up. What do you do when you get stopped by a police officer? What are you supposed to do? Pull over the right, turn on your hazard, shut your vehicle off, all that stuff. But you pull over into a safe place. She just stopped in the middle of the street. Why? Because she was already planning on fleeing.
Why was her wife outside the vehicle on the sidewalk videotaping?
I have no clue.
If this wasn't a setup, I mean, I don't think she went into it going, okay, I'm going to lose my life. But they went into.
But there's a potential. They said, oh, look, we're going to get into this so we can get bad video showing ICE being mean to us. That potential is entirely there. I am monitoring, and I don't have any more information at this time. Multiple people shot, at least 2 dead and 5 more were shot. Several people detained, unknown what their involvement was with the incident at an LDS church in Salt Lake City.
Yep.
So, yeah, and then you start talking about the mayor's response. Look.
Oh, see, that's what really pissed me off is the mayor took it up a notch. Then Tampon Tim just pushed me over with, and I know we're going to.
I have that. We'll get to that. Let's talk about the mayor first.
Really just because at this point, insurrection, take over the state. Well, I'm tired of it.
This is Jacob Frey just beat up the Somali for mayor in November, right? November, yeah. He just started at the beginning of January. He has been releasing videos speaking in Somali. He is all about the Somali people, which is great. Like, fine. I don't care. But when something like this happens, you have to be activated in a much different way. Good night, Orty. Thank you for chatting with us over on YouTube. Appreciate it, bud. You have to come out and actually be a leader. And this is when you come out and say, look, this is under investigation. No determination. I'll tell you right now, if I was that ICE agent, he's already got a lawyer, but his statement, and I'll play it right now, was not anything like that. He's already convicted this guy in the public eye. He has ruined any chance he has for a legal prosecution, which we know is coming. So here's what's going to happen. The federal agency is going to do their use of force, and the Minneapolis police are going to do their pretend use of force, right? Which is what they're going to do. It's going to be pretend use of force because they don't have an investigation. It's a federal incident. They're going to investigate it. And then they're going to turn around and come up with some cockamamie bullshit state charge, and they're going to try to perp walk this guy. But here's what he said.
I can say again that'll make this situation better, but I do have a message for our community, for our city, and I have a message for ICE. To ICE, get the fuck out of Minneapolis.
Get the fuck
leadership.
out of this country, you piece of shit.
I do want to say, though, before I play this even further, watch the American Sign Language translator, because watching her translate this did make me chuckle a little bit.
We do not want you here.
She put a little stank on that.
Yeah, I mean, I give her credit. She was doing the job. But let's continue.
Your stated reason for being in this city is to create some kind of safety, and you are doing exactly the opposite.
No, their stated reason for being in the city, and yes, this will enhance safety because you are removing criminals as well as illegals. But their job is to completely make the arrest of people who are in the country illegal. See how he tried to change that? He's trying to tell you what their job is. No intel over on Twitch. That's such a great comment, but I'm not going to show it right now.
People are being hurt. Families are being ripped apart. Long-term Minneapolis residents that have contributed so greatly to our city,
and
to
fraud.
our culture,
and
to
fraud.
our economy are
and
being
fraud.
terrorized, and now
Fraud. And they're not being terrorized. Here's the thing, Joe. And
$9 billion.
Where we're at right now, that's just 9 million. I love how we say, "Oh, they're being terrorized." But does that mean your law enforcement, when they go make a domestic violence arrest, is terrorizing that family? Does that mean a DUI is a terrorizing moment? No, it's law enforcement enforcing laws. This is unbelievable that this is even a fucking question. And they're the laws that fucking Congress passed. I don't know how many times I have to say that.
Mm-hmm. It's absolutely.
For those in YouTube, there's a chat coming in from Twitch that is just amazing, but I can't share it. Just
No intel, thank you, because I think we do need a laugh to. These guys are doing a job that these elected Democrat and Republicans put into law. Democrats are out there trying to run cover from criminals from A to fucking Z, from cartels to illegals to people that are committing large-scale fraud.
Mm-hmm.
Not, okay, I ripped off a Twinkie from the local
I
store.
shoplifted some food.
No. This is...
I'm getting millions in taxpayer dollars.
Yeah, your money, my money.
Yeah.
And they're running cover.
More than cover. It's more than cover, because there's that leaked phone call from Ellison saying that he would protect them.
Yes.
That's not cover. That's conspiracy.
Yes, we have the DNC in conspiracy with these. They conspire to allow these people to come into this country illegally.
Yep.
This is not, okay, I don't like immigration. I don't give a fuck about immigration, but come here the right way. We've had this discussion a million times. We have politicians, terrorists, that have been elected into position. And the one thing that I love, these people think they're better than us and smarter than us because they want a popularity contest. They are no better than the American Idol winner. They are no smarter than an American Idol winner or the beauty pageant winner. They want a popularity contest. But they think they're above us, and they're trying to commit fraud and waste and all that and stealing our money and then trying to piss on us and tell us it's raining. And now this little mayor, what I got to say to him is, fuck you. Get the fuck out of my country. Go to Somalia if you don't like that. We are law and order. Because something the Democrats said, no one is above the law.
Yeah, but now they apparently now
they forgot that.
They kind of forgot that. I don't know how you did it, Joe, and it's almost amazing, but you changed my name to your name, and I'm just really proud of you for that.
No, that because
I know why. I figured it out already, but
I forgot to. I was going to say something, but you were talking, then I forgot about it.
So let's continue.
The true boss.
Let's continue on with his statement because we only have a few minutes left in the segment.
Somebody is dead.
Yes,
because of you.
That's on you.
No,
that's on you.
Also on you to lead.
It's not on the agents who are out there doing their job that they're lawfully allowed to do. When this woman tried to run them over and they shot her, it's no different than her pulling a gun. It's no fucking difference.
I can say.
So I have another clip because I want to go to Waltz while we still have time. I'll give you
real quick, because like I was talking to you about, and I got addicted to these body cam videos on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
And I have seen countless, I've lost count how many, where a person has used their vehicle as a weapon.
Oh, yeah.
Tried to flee and aimed at a cop, and they all get turned into Swiss cheese. Sorry, I'm not emotional and feeling sorry for these people. These are the consequences for your actions. And I've been told for years that I had to take responsibility for my actions.
Mm-hmm.
And now I got politicians making excuses.
Well, what's even better, Joe, is and they up the game from not even. It's not even like they try to sidestep the whole responsibility for actions. They just turn around and blame the people who are not at fault because it's a fundraising scheme. That's all this is. From one moron to another. Tell me your response to this, Joe. I know what it is, but say it afterwards anyways.
Order to prepare the Minnesota National Guard. We have soldiers in training and prepared to be deployed if necessary. I remind you, a warning order is a heads up for folks. And these National Guard troops are our National Guard troops. They're teachers in your community. They're business owners. They're construction professionals. They are Minnesotans. Minnesota will not allow our community to be used as a prop in a national political fight. We will not take the bait. We will continue to update you, Minnesota, as we get more information. Now I'd like to turn it over to Commissioner.
If you want to start a civil war, this is how you start a civil war.
Yes.
That sounds pretty seditious to me.
That sounds like insurrection to me.
Yeah.
That by all definition, that is insurrection. You are threatening to use an army against federal law enforcement.
Who are enforcing federal law. It's not even like they're going rogue. Joe, before we move off of Waltz's statement, I know we have 2 minutes left. Trump has the opportunity to do the funniest thing right now and activate the entire Minnesota National Guard.
That's what I was just getting ready to say.
Or whatever units they're training up, just to activate them.
He could take them away from it. These are Minnesota's, and they become federal.
I would die. Ooh, sorry about that.
We're spinning up the Minnesota National Guard to go against the federal troops. The president has announced that he has nationalized the National Guard in Minnesota.
Yeah, the Minnesota National Guard, all of a sudden.
We need to do a PSA, by the way.
Huh?
We need to do a PSA video.
On that?
On Waltz with the National Guard. If you feel that this is an unconstitutional order, you do not have to listen to those orders. And guess what? This one applies to this one wholeheartedly because this is an illegal
order.
Order. Thank you. I'm just...
I know you're furious. You're pissed.
I'm trying to be calm about it because, number one, I don't want to get us in trouble.
Did you see my first 20 minutes?
I know, but at this point, I don't see any other recourse than a civil war. I don't want it, but I'm to the point where they're pushing it. They are begging for it, and they're going to lose.
Anything to avoid it because that's not something I can stomach at this point.
I don't want it. I don't. But you know what?
No, I understand everything that you're saying. The thought of it is just nauseating.
How many times do you keep getting slapped in the face and turning the other cheek?
I'm not saying you're wrong, but I will say that.
I'm not arguing against you. It's just holy shit.
I'm just saying that as of right now, it seems like we at least have a president who's trying to get out ahead of these idiots. And we're going to take a break. Please like and subscribe wherever you're watching from. If you came over from Twitch, please subscribe to the channel. We appreciate your comments. We'll be back right after this.
Ever dream of escaping the daily grind? At Escapist Travel and Tours, we make those dreams your reality. From breathtaking adventures to cultural immersions, we offer escapes tailored just for you. Let us take you to places where every moment feels like a new chapter in your life's adventure. Visit www.escapist.travel or call us today at 1-855-885-81776. Your escape awaits.
Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNRadio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNRadio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNRadio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRNRadio.
Are you looking for a way to boldly express your faith and love for your country? And check out Seven Armors, the premier apparel company for patriotic men of God, where faith meets freedom in style. Our t-shirts are more than just clothing, they're statements. Bold, stylish, and meaningful. From timeless messages to modern designs, we've got something for every patriotic man of God. Wear your beliefs proudly with Seven Armors gear. Don't miss the chance to wear your faith and freedom on your sleeve. Visit 7armors.com today and join the movement. That's the number 7armors.com.
Conservative media done right. You're listening to the SA.
That's currently the situation in Minneapolis as we speak, right here on the SHI Media Network. You're watching the Edge of Liberty simulcast on KLRN. With me is the host of the Reaver of Common Sense, Jersey Joe. Joe, thank you very much for being there.
No problem. I also want to thank everybody that is also watching us on X, whether it's Edge of Liberty, SHR Media, or even Jersey Joe. I want to thank everybody.
So earlier I mentioned this is all about fundraising and that they activate these people so they can create outrage, so they can say, we will fix this if you keep us / put us in power, please send us all your money. And you can say, Sean, why would you even say that? What's your motivation for that? This is the day. You remember Ruben Gallego when he was detained because he tried to crash Kristi Noem's press conference and nobody knew who the hell he was because he intentionally wasn't wearing his identifiers on him. This post was from that day, and if it's a little scraggly on the video, I'll read it to you. It says, Trump stormtroopers assaulted and cuffed Senator Alex Padilla after he confronted Kristi Noem over ICE raids and illegal troop deployments. If you do this to a U.S. senator, they'll do it to any of us. Chip in and fight back and donate, and it brings you to turn left Act Blue, which is an Act Blue organization. This is their whole motivation. They don't give a frog's fat ass about any of the people that they say they care about.
No.
And look, these are the people. Look, these are the response. This is the response from a couple hours ago. ICE in Minnesota just shot an unarmed woman in the face after trying to abduct her. Right? That's what the lead off is. And the responses come in. Enough. Fight back with equal force. We've tolerated and endured these people long enough. And if ICE bar BC do whatever you feel the right to do, that's a threat against a sitting secretary. If they want to be little soldiers on God mode, it's time to level the playing field. First and foremost, this is on on Reddit, so you know none of these guys are getting out of mom's basement to do any of this shit. It's time to level the playing field. I have a lot more to say, but I'll probably get banned for saying to fight back against straight up extrajudicial executions by half-wits hired by fucking Nazis. Enough is enough. The first shots have been fired. We have 2A for a reason. All of a sudden, the left is into 2A. It kills me.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm willing to suffer the consequence of protecting the innocent from these monsters. I highly fucking doubt it when your name is Love for Wild and look at your logo. Death to ICE. Death to the IDF. Fuck these motherfuckers. Media Guru. I can and will use lethal force. Sorry, ICE pigs. You reap what you sow. But this is the result that they want. These are the people that they're activating with their speeches. These are the unhinged, just uneducated, insane people who they know is just unhinged. I mean, it's ridiculous. And this started almost immediately. This is a quick clip I'm going to play from Fox News. This is Jesse Waters, but he's interviewed Stephen Miller. This is back in January 22nd, 2025, when they had already started the rhetoric.
If Mayor Bass, Mayor Johnson, if they blockade ICE from going in, if they sabotage the mass deportation efforts, they could be arrested?
The law is clear that harboring an illegal alien, smuggling an illegal alien, obstructing law enforcement, obstructing an official proceeding, and a conspiracy to violate the rights of Americans, all of these and many more are criminal statutes. And so if there's incidences that occur where a public official or an elected individual engages in violations of those criminal statutes, then I fully expect the Department of Justice will follow the letter of the law. Because, as I'm sure you know, Jesse, no one is above the law, not illegal aliens, and not anyone who may choose to illegally harbor those aliens.
But you heard him talking about the assault against ICE agents early on in that clip. And I mean,
it's ridiculous that how much it's increased.
DOJ says it's charged the New Jersey congresswoman with assaulting law enforcement at ICE facility. This is the LaMonica case. It's being encouraged by all of them. You know, she went there. Here's another one. This is the other one there from, what is it, Chicago?
Put it down!
Look, he's photographing it because he wants. He knows that this is going to be on social media. That is the same representative who said that isn't she Panamanian or El Salvador or whatever? And she said, "Oh, I am of Panama or whatever. I'm no longer part of or I'm part of Panama. I am of Panama," I guess is what it translated into.
Well, then leave the country. Go back to Panama.
Yeah, no intel hit the nail.
I've never liked that statement, but you know what? At this point, I am getting so sick of the shit. If you don't love this country and you don't have allegiance to this country, there's the fucking door. Get the fuck out.
Yep. And Intel gave over on Twitch gave a great comment. Honestly, it's funny how these people care about ICE abducting people, but then they support Ukraine 120% when they're literally abducting people from the streets just to throw them to the front line with zero training and as artillery food.
It scares me that so many people in this country are so weak-minded that they can be simply directed with stupidity. Oh, they're abducting people off the streets. Oh, they're abducting people. I don't like that. Yeah, ICE is going out and abducting people just for the hell of it. No, it's called arresting people.
Well, and you go, of course, Jacob Frey amazingly ran right to CNN because, you have to get in front of it. And he obviously has higher aspirations, right? He might be running for governor here real soon. Who knows? But on CNN, he says, I hate to say I predicted this, but I'm sorry. I was right. It's like, dude, no, we all predicted this, but you're not in the right because you're the one who's encouraging this violence. And they needed a martyr, and I brought that up earlier, and I do want to touch on that. I know we got 11 minutes to go.
Hey, no intel. We've been there.
Uncork that whiskey bottle. If you've never watched the show, I'm usually drinking on air, so uncork it, buddy. But every couple
you were uncorked Sunday.
The left ratchets up. Oh, I was very uncorked. The left ratchets up their rhetoric because they need a situation to fundraise off of. They need it. And I'm going to go through a list of incidents that they absolutely did the same thing for. Trayvon Martin, Michael Brown, Eric Garner, Tamir Rice, Freddie Gray, Walter Scott, Alton Sterling, Philando Castillo, Pete Scott, Stephon Clark, George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Jacob Blake, Rashard Brooks, every single time.
The list goes up.
Devontae Wright, I think it's Malin Taylor, Amir Locke, Patrick, and if you go through, it's amazing how Tyre Nichols, Patricia Loyola, and it's incredible that between 2008 and 2023, all of those people were used for this sort of incident where it's like, okay, we need somebody to fundraise off of. We need a name. We need a victim. We're going to ratchet up our rhetoric, and we know it's going to happen. And I was actually shocked by this. By the way, speaking of riots, 3 Minneapolis police officers testified, this is back in 24, that the BLM riots, that Governor Walz told law enforcement to give it up when the city was burning to the ground. So you already know what's coming. This is already going to happen again. Kristi Noem called it an act of terrorism, saying it was, which says, using violence with political motivation. Let's see, chat room. For giggles, you should try to understand that Antifa's main ideology, anarcho-communism, is about, at least I've been able to figure out, Yeah. Look, and here's the thing. Antifa is useful idiots. They think that all this funding that they're going to get is actually going to get them somewhere, and it's not. They will never be the players that they think they are. They are pawns in the leftist game. And I'll tell you right now.
And when they're not useful anymore?
When the left gets into power, if the left ever gets into power again, and they're not useful anymore, and all of a sudden they start protesting the left, guess what the left's going to do? Oh, you better believe ICE and law enforcement are going to be fucking hailed as heroes, and they have to go get them, boys, lock them up. And then you start seeing the vomiting. Antifa was started by East Germany, by the Soviets. Antifa was actually started before that. It started in Italy against the fascists. They've had many iterations, but that's the actual history. And they were communists. Antifa was communist even back in the day. They were anti-fascist, but they were pro-communist. People don't talk about that. That's why when there was the Charlie Kirk shooting, the quotes on his "Bye Bella Bye," or I can't remember the name exactly. That was an old Italian song that Antifa way back when started. So it goes well back further than you think. I'm going to show you an idiot right now, and I apologize for having to do this, but of course she's on MSLSD, or MS Cow, as I like to call them now. And immediately, it's amazing how fucking fast these people can get into a news studio and get in front of a camera.
look, no one is safer in Minneapolis because of this kind of invasion. People are put at risk. And we don't know the details yet on what happened. I think you're being quite sensible to say everybody wants to wait and get a full investigation here. But there is nobody who thinks we are safer to say the way to respond either for ICE on immigration issues or the way to respond if you think there's a fraud problem is to have this kind of massive show of force and this aggression.
This is exactly what you do. And you know what?
When there's fraud and there's illegal immigration, the last thing you do is have law enforcement get involved.
Yep.
You don't have law enforcement get involved when crimes are being committed. Yeah, politicians go the fuck up on a stand and give speeches and do nothing.
Yeah. No, and the best part is we saw in El Salvador that when you actually start enforcing the law, your country gets a lot better. And look, tie back to Venezuela a little bit. If we fix Venezuela and help them get back on their feet, then a lot of these people, at least from Venezuela, would go home and have a nicer place to live at home. They wouldn't have to go here. And I'm not saying that we should be rebuilding every country because you know for a fact that I don't agree with that. But the trade-off is if these people, if their countries weren't a shit show, they wouldn't be here. And they're a shit show because of corrupt politicians, the lack of law and order. It's unsafe. There's no opportunity. There's rampant violence because it's all run by animals, and they are animals, right? So they come here. And the other reason a lot of people come here is because fraud's been easy for a long time here. This is not a shock. So many people come to this country knowing they can game the system because to a fault, we are the most generous nation in the world.
Except for our own citizens.
Except to our own citizens, except to the taxpayers.
We're just piggy banks.
And watch the fundraising. Watch them. And it's just like the Seditious Six when I said what they wanted with that video was one person. That's all they needed. One lower enlisted person to refuse an order, get hauled up in the UCMJ in court, so they could stand in front of that base that the trial's standing on and raise money off of it. Do fucking nothing for that E3 whose whole life and career is now ruined because they listened to those six morons. They have been doing this for years. For years they've been playing this game. And what's sad and absolutely pathetic, Joe, is that there's still people that buy into it.
I can't understand it, how you can be so gullible and buy this bullshit. It's blatant. It's not even okay. It's feasible. Some of the shit that's going on. It's outright blatant, breaking the law, fraud. And Democrats not giving a rat's ass about the people. They want to keep power and they want to keep funding massive monies into their pockets.
And they don't even want power for good reasons. Like I said before, and I'll say it again, and I don't mind if we go a few minutes over. The difference between the Democrats and the conservatives, the true conservatives in this country, is tax cattle. He's 100% right on that. The difference is we are trying to maintain this country as the founders intended. We are not the invaders. We're not the ones who are trying to rip up the Constitution that's worked for 250 years. However imperfect our nation is, we're still the greatest nation on the planet, which is why they all want to fucking come here. It's why they all want to fucking come.
I don't see anybody breaking down the door to try to get into China or Russia or fucking
Venezuela. Nobody's immigrating to Venezuela, but that's
Colombia.
They're the side. And when I talk about this, and we talk about like morals or whatever, we're the side trying to protect our citizens, our people, our way of life, our country. That's what all of us want to do. And it's not because we hate other people, but we are so generous when we are at our best, but we aren't at our best right now.
What's funny is the left sits there and bitches that they want all this free shit given to the U.S. citizens. Well, you know what? If you stop this fraud from illegal immigrants, from foreign invaders, we might be able to afford to do free health care. We might be able to give more money back to the people.
Yeah, and I'll never vote for free healthcare, but
but I'm just saying, if they actually did stuff, they could actually be able to go, we can afford it. We got the money.
Everyone bitches about housing prices. Guess what? You open up a whole bunch of those houses by getting rid of illegals, and the price is going to go down.
Prices are already going down. Right?
Guess what? You get rid of millions of people, and now our groceries are cheaper because there's less demand. It goes on. The exhaustion on our services in our cities, in our schools, our hospitals, our law enforcement, our fire department, the exhaustion on our criminal justice system. It goes on and on and on. But what doesn't change, and what's not going to change, is that the leftists fucking country hate this kind. I mean, I used to be so much more agreeable, but they make me less agreeable because in shit like this, when they have a golden opportunity to come, and guess what? Say nothing except for, we have an investigation underway. We know this was jarring. People are upset. If you're going to protest, do it politely, blah, blah, and walk away. And that actually makes you look better than when you come out and say, I saw the incident and there was no way that's justified. And you just ruined the prosecution that you're setting up for this ICE agent that you're going to try to ruin their life with.
But then again, the Republicans right now, I'm so sick of them, and it's the same gripe that we had. What do we hear? Oh, we're going to hold hearings and we're going to hold investigations, and they do jack shit.
And I get it, but they're not the problem right now.
If they start holding these idiots responsible for their goddamn actions.
Nothing. I totally get that. They're doing nothing. I don't disagree with that. But good night, Mike. Thank you, sir. But what I'm saying is, we got here because of the Democrats.
Yeah. I'm not denying that. Just
yeah. It's just, I like to keep the focus on the people that are the problem right now. And the people that are the problem right now are the left in this country. The ones who, look, they
had the right, who had some balls to actually do something and hold them accountable, it would deter them from trying it.
Yeah. And I agree with that. But what can the Republicans do? I mean, other than codifying immigration policies, and I mean, there are things that they can do. I understand that, but you can't, unless you can prove criminal intent. You can't haul a Democrat into prison for saying, I don't like ICE and you shouldn't either.
But when they promote the violence, and we kicked out a member of the House, and I don't like the guy, I don't care about the guy, but he was not indicted at the time. He was only accused.
And haven't they had 3 indicted that are still there?
Yeah. And that's because Republicans don't have the balls to kick him the fuck out.
I agree with you on that. That's the part I agree with you, but that's not necessarily germane to this conversation, but I agree with you there. And I agree that they need to be more what's the term I'm looking for? They got to nut up a little bit more on certain issues. I'm in 100% agreement with you, man. I'm not arguing with that on you. But this one incident exposes everything that we said was going to happen happened. Everything we say the Democrats do, they do. And now this woman is dead because they encouraged this behavior. Yeah. And again, it comes down to dollars and cents. It's fundraising. And they ratcheted this up. They pushed this. We don't need ICE. We don't need this. We don't need that. Blah, 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 blah. ICE is horrible. You should fucking get in their face. You had California, Eric Swalwell threatening, I'm going to take their driver's license away and qualified immunity. First and foremost, that right there is a massive lie. He cannot do either as governor. Because if you start discriminating, good night, O2 AMT, thank you, sir. You start discriminating against ICE agents for their job, that's still discrimination.
Yep.
Okay. And then the qualified immunity, they have federal qualified immunity. You can't do shit about that. He knows that, though. They all know what they say, how to say it, and what to say it. They've already been through the law. They've already had 1,000 lawyers looking at it. None of what they say is off the cuff and from the heart. Everything is orchestrated. Eric Swalwell knows he can't do shit about it. Just like when Anthony Weiner passed the no, you can't wear face masks on cops. I'm going to hold the federal agents accountable. Supremacy clause kicks in, motherfucker. You can't do shit about that. But you're going to say that because your lower informed voters who vote for you, who follow around ICE like a fucking asshole and harass them. They're not going to look into that. They're not going to read what the supremacy clause is because they have been mentally trained to emotionally react to the people calling themselves the good guys. And what have they done over the years? They get all of the castaways from all of these different groups and they pull them under one umbrella, the trans, the Antifa, the fucking, all that. And they pull them all together and say, oh, we're all a team now. And as long as you stick by me, I'm going to stick by you. And this is just where we're at. And like I said to you last night, I just said earlier, I feel like I give this speech all the time. This is as a result of the fucking communist hippies in the 1960s who got into academia and then they came out and became teachers and professors. And then they moved up in either school districts where they could start changing how school is taught or in universities. And then the next generation of instructors who are their kids and their proteges, so to speak, are now fully engulfed. It's one of those things like if I teach one person, there's now two of us. If two of us teach people, there are now four, right?
Yep.
You look at how much that's exploded. And then you look at what's been dumbed around, right? Remember, what was it? Common Core, all that bullshit, right? Dumbing down. You have states like Oregon, California, and other places where they've absolutely just gotten rid of any graduation standards. You have fucking Harvard University having to teach remedial high school math to freshmen and English and other ones to freshmen going to Harvard. You've accepted these people, right? Because we've ruined that society. We don't teach civics anymore. We don't teach how the law works anymore. We don't teach the actual Constitution. No, what they do is they teach a revisionist history that's taught by some guy that they say is a constitutional expert that does nothing but shit on the founders and it's the same people who teach you that the Second Amendment is not what the founders intended. The founders didn't want everybody to be walking around with guns. Motherfucker, they did because all of them had guns.
Yep.
You shouldn't have these weapons of war, as they like.
Oh, those are military weapons.
Right.
What do you think?
The Green Mountain Men that were militia and not military had Kentucky rifles and had rifled bores that were way better than any of the fucking muskets during the Revolutionary War. Yeah.
When you went into the military, how did you get a weapon? You brought your weapon with you.
That's you had to back in the day.
They didn't issue a freaking weapon.
Well, and yeah, so all of that is what's being taught now, and it's been dumbed down, and these kids have been dumbed down. And then there's the technology aspect, right? I said this earlier tonight. I said the problem with this society is they don't go to source documents, these kids. They're not taught to go to source documents and make their own decisions. They're taught to listen to a textbook about the source document that's written. And we all know the people that write these textbooks are ultra leftists, right? So,
or go to Wiki.
Yeah, or go to this. And they Google it. Well, you know as well as I do, with Google, I can pay if I have the money and the funding. I can pay to have my results at the top of the page. So if you're clicking on the first, I have a friend.
People understand we're dealing with that right now. Mostly Sean is dealing with that with SHR Media. We're getting bumped in searches because we don't spend all this money with Google. So we get bumped in searches. Because they just did a revamp and didn't let anybody know. And we went from, some good numbers to almost bottom of the barrel numbers. And nothing changed except for Google changed the way they were doing things that helped.
Because they want to change the results. They wanted to change who gets seen and who doesn't.
Yeah.
No Intel over on Twitch says, get really into the detail about USSR tactics of destroying the West and Mission Ready Men, who is absolutely on the dime always. Yuri Buzmanov talked about this a long time ago. It started in the 60s. The hippies were absolutely part of that plan. I agree with you wholeheartedly. And I did a show on this, I don't know, 2-3 months ago, where I did the show about the communist goals to undo America that was submitted into Congress in the 60s. And all of this shit's on there. Dumb down America. Make them just unable to think for themselves. introduce all of this vice into their life. And I'm not talking about a cocktail here, or maybe, you like to have a bunch of girlfriends.
Legalize
Whatever.
cocaine, heroin.
Right. Legalize all that shit. You essentially take what was a great society and you destroy it. And we're like, I always think of that timeline where it's like, you're here now. We're here now. Right. We're in that part of the timeline where we have people in this country, 40%, where I don't care who it is. Gavin Newsom is going to get 40 to 45% of vote in this country, no matter what. He could walk out on stage and literally be naked and slap people on the way out, and you're still going to get 40 to 45% of this country.
Oh, he's so courageous.
Well, wow, look at that. He's just like me. I like to slap people when I'm naked, covered in baby oil, right? But because he has the D next to his name. That's what it's all about.
You're Maduro next to P. Diddy now?
Yeah. But that's where we're at as a society. You walk it all the way back to that and you break it down. And the problem is you cannot convince these people that they're wrong.
No.
So few of them are going to go, and it's great to encourage it. And that's why, like I say on the show, if you don't think I'm right, that's great, but go to the source documents and find out if I'm right or wrong. Form your opinions off that. Do the work. I'm not saying I know everything.
And the difference is we have the balls to step up if we're proven wrong, to go, hey, we fucked up. We were wrong.
Yeah.
And I have no problem. I'm not perfect.
I've said I've been wrong so many fucking times in my life. And it's
You're
okay to be wrong. As a matter of fact, admitting you're wrong and learning what you were wrong about to correct it is actually called growth.
Yeah. You learn more from mistakes than you do from being right all the time.
Agreed. I 100% agree. This is going to, just to wrap up, this is going to turn into a bigger shit show. The protests are going to get out of control. We can already see that coming. We know what to expect. We've seen this show before.
The script has been written and overplayed.
The left is going to go out and fundraise off this ad nauseum, and you're going to see all the typical talking heads talking about, oh, she was a great person and she did all of these. And
already, she's got 3 kids. Yeah. She had no weapon.
You have 3 kids. Why the fuck are you chasing around ICE?
Mm-hmm.
It's like the tragedies when you see like kids get brought to protests and then get hurt. And we saw this summer where like kids got pepper sprayed and this stuff. And they're like, I can't believe. You most certainly did learn how to avoid that tree. But it says, I can't believe that ICE would pepper spray kids. And it's like, no. You're doing what Hamas does. You're using kids as shields, and then you're getting mad when they get involved in it. Why would you bring kids to this? Why, if you're a mother of 3, are you not with your children and putting yourself in risk of even going to prison for 5 years? You're going to deny your children their mother for prison.
And that comment from Rick, yes, I want to thank everybody on X tonight. You're killing it.
Yeah, over on X. Thank you.
I'm getting messages off of it, and nothing negative so far. People are agreeing with what we're saying, and it's nice to hear that. But it's X is killing it tonight. I think there's a lot of people that are just we're
frustrated.
We're a red cunt hair away from people just being totally fed up and flipping the switch.
Yeah, that's fine. I didn't want to be monetized anyways.
Sorry, RCH.
No, thank you to the people on X. Look, wherever you're watching from.
Well, yeah, everybody too. But
thank you very much for being here. I really appreciate it. Joe really appreciates it. This isn't over. I'm sure I'm going to do 4 or 5 more segments about this before this even starts to get to the other side. And look, the left, as I said before, as I said at the beginning, they needed a martyr. They needed somebody to fundraise off of. And now you're going to see this woman's face all over the place. She's going to be, and look, just like all the other ones I listed off earlier, a good majority, maybe not all, a good majority they were not doing things that they legally should have been doing. They were not following the law. They were being unlawful. And this isn't protesting down the street like Martin Luther King and getting arrested for blocking the street and protesting. This is very, very different.
Aren't these the same people just the other day were going on the House steps, holding vigils because federal agents were attacked on January 6th and cheering that a woman that was pushed through a window was murdered, that was unarmed. And now today they're attacking federal law enforcement and bitching that a quote unquote unarmed woman was murdered. They need to make, they flip flop back and forth so much.
She was armed because she used her vehicle as a weapon.
Well, I know that. You know that.
Under law in America, for those who don't know, and I say this for Polar Nights because he just swooped into our Twitch chat as well. You have what's called per se weapons, and then you have improvised weapons. A thing like a gun, a knife is a per se weapon. An improvised weapon is like a vehicle, and she used it like a weapon. Yes, we have two Jersey Joes.
Search is my dominance.
Because Jersey Joe had to be an a-hole. That's really what it comes down to at the end of the day. He had to be an a-hole, and because he and I share the program, he can go in and mess with things. So yeah.
Well, you could have switched it right back. You just didn't pay attention.
He says, look at the car. She was trying to drive over him. What the fuck did she think was going to happen? Nothing. And that's the problem we have over here, Polar Nights, is lack of accountability. Total lack of accountability. She never thought it was going to get to that point, which is sad and frightening to think as an adult. Hey, if I intervene with law enforcement all day and follow them around and harass them and then start to cause their investigations to be slowed up, am I going to get attention that I don't want suddenly? And the answer is yes, obviously, because she did. But they don't think of the long game. And like I said, I hate to say it, at the beginning, she was fucking around. And then unfortunately, she had to find out, because the consequence that she was worried about was going to jail, going to prison. She thought she was going to get arrested. And
Bingo
over here,
bingo for Polar. And also Twitch is killing it tonight too.
Yeah, Twitch has been fantastic tonight. Yeah, no, I agree. Anytime, in my history is in law enforcement, even still, anytime a cop pulls a gun on me, guess what I'm going to do? I'm probably going to listen. I'll be honest with you. If anybody puts a gun on me, unless I have mine in a way that I can get it out and I'm 100% sure I'm going to survive the fight, I'm going to listen.
There was actually an incident that I had to deal with. Let me back it up a little bit. EMS, if I was on scene, the cops pulled their guns out on a suspect. I stopped moving because I didn't want to accidentally get shot because, oh shit, someone's moving. But recently, some asshole was trying to pull out of a shopping center, drive across 4 lanes so he can get in the left lane to make a left turn. And he got upset that my wife didn't let him in between. I was driving in front. She was behind me. So he got out of his car, started screaming, yelling at my wife. I thought there might have been a little accident. So I stepped out to see what's going on. He immediately put his hand on his hip, showing me his gun, and said, I'll fucking kill you.
Yeah.
I was unarmed that day. And I immediately shut my mouth and backstepped to my truck and called police, because what am I
going to win that argument?
No,
I'm not that argument. Right. No. That's rational thinking. And I say it all the time, like my actions by myself versus my actions, say, if my children are with me, are entirely different too. Polar Knight said he got swatted at one point and asked the cop pointing the AR at him, am I arrested? Dude, I'll tell you right now, it's frightening to me how many people disregard lawful orders. And again, it goes back to that there's no accountability. Nope. Mommy and daddy used to tell them that everything they did was right. They got every trophy in the world, right? Participation trophy, showing up trophy because you had 10 toes. It doesn't matter. You got a trophy for it. And this is where we are in society. And it's a shame that we're here as a nation, because in this day and age, everybody has so much accessibility to information. We have, and I know it's a problem. That too much information is a problem too, because it matters as to where you're getting it from. But people have the ability to just dig a little bit, and you can find source documents. And then you can make your mind up. You just have to read a little bit. Look, you go to our website, shrmedia.com. We have a couple just source documents on there about the Second Amendment, about how our immigration system works, et cetera, that they're not our opinions of the source document. They're the source documents, and we even have put in citations as to where they get upheld in court and how they get applied and why it's legal and yada, yada, yada.
But also going back to where certain words that are used in the founding documents and what those words meant back then. Because it doesn't matter what the meaning is now. It matters what the meanings were back then.
It was a funny encounter. Yeah, I know. I always look back on the times that an AR was put in my face and think, my God, I'm having such a great time right now. This is a funny encounter. I guess after the fact, hindsight's always a little different.
Yeah.
Jersey Joe.
Thank you for having me on.
No, I appreciate it. Tell everyone where they can find you, because I'm going to wrap up. We went overtime, which I never do. So you should all be blessed and say thank you in the chat room to me right now.
You can catch me every Monday and Friday, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's the right coast. Right here on shrmedia.com. Oh, God, I can't believe I just did that.
Yeah.
You can also catch me on X at Jersey Joe Talks. And whenever I get invited on the shows, I usually like to become a whore and show up. But it's the shit that's going on. And it's not just here, it's the world. But it's scary because I'm seeing other countries that are fighting against this leftist bullshit, and we're falling more and more into it.
Yeah, we are unbelievably, our ideology and our way of life is being hijacked.
Look at Iran.
Finish up the Phantom. Thank you, Father Sean. Yes, I am the furthest thing from a priest that you could possibly have. Polar Knight says, I want to have a rifle, but I get so drunk I think Bigfoot's real. No Intel had a couple of what they had, G36. I thought that's what you had in your arsenal, but that's still impressive. Jersey Joe's on the right, depending on where you are. I'm on the left. I'm the better looking of the two. And Jersey Joe,
once many drinks.
Leave that at that. Thank you, sir. Have a great night.
All right, peace.
And ladies and gentlemen, you've been watching The Edge of Liberty right here on the SHI Media Network. Thank you so much to our friends over at KLRN for the simulcast. Thank you for all the great comments from not just YouTube, but Twitch as well. It's great to see you guys at Twitch. Our Twitch is not very active, so it's unbelievable. If you have a YouTube, please go to SHR Media on YouTube and please like and subscribe. We'd greatly appreciate it. I'm here every Monday and Wednesday, 8 p.m. Pacific, 11 o'clock on the East Coast with The Edge of Liberty, but I'm not the only one on the SHI Media Network. You can have Jersey Joe Mondays and Fridays, 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 on the East Coast. You have Mission Ready Men Tuesday and Thursday morning, 9 a.m. Pacific, noon on the East Coast. And then Tuesday and Thursday night, BZ's Berserk Bobcat Saloon, 8 p.m. Pacific, 11 on the East Coast. And then on Sundays, when the Lost Wanderer Cosmic Bard gets a chance, you'll see his shows pop up on our SHR Media channel. You can also find me over at the Loftus Party, where I write over there, and I write as well on shrimedia.com, which we have a whole bunch of awesome new articles up. So please go over and check us out. That's going to be it for me. Thank you so much, everybody. Good night.